take advantage of their defeat. I took him away, Xing Hongxian said proudly. The moment Han Ju came, suddenly, I received a system prompt. The genius bunker was detected. It has the potential of an innate transporter. Whether to check its origin. What is this grass find? Heaven and earth grass 10,000 years ago. It was an ordinary grass. Encounter the immortal God descending to earth. Meditate around it for an epiphany. It has been infected by 100 years of fairy energy. Gradually retire. For 10,000 years, it has often suffered from destruction. Before each perishing, instinctively turned to ashes. Scattered in the world. Regrow. This grass has the qualifications to become a sacred grass and even a fairy god. Immortal qualifications. Let's the calves. Kansmanupozal flexfroza. Hanju took the heaven and earth grass. Smiled at Xing Hongxian. I took this grass. How have you been doing all these years? Xing Hongxian was even happier. Begin to tell about the experiences of these years. All these years, Xing Hongxian became the protagonist of Xinxia novels. Fight the sword to the end of the world. Seeing the injustice, he drew his sword to help. Fight demons to break into ancient tombs. Hunt down the enemy. Kill the demon prison, and so on. Hearing this, Hanju wanted to go out and break through. With today's strength and fame, Yuqing sect has you on top. He will surpass him in the future. The state sect is the closest. The list of the world's top 100 monks who caused turmoil in the cultivation realm. I think my husband should be at the top of the list. The more Xing Hongxian spoke, the more excited he became. Described his idols. It was a skateboarder with a giant sword. Once you make a useful magic weapon, we'll be scolded. Hanju never valued his name. Just look at gravity. What is the list of the world's top 100 monks? Vulgar 400 years. Why do men keep their doors closed? I've been cultivating, just because immortal cultivators are not immortal. The old man has always had opportunities on the road of cultivation. The ultimate goal is still honey immortality. Don't take away your top-notch charm. Here comes the book again. Xing Hongxian brought back a green grass with immortal qualifications. This really shocked Hanju. But what happened next stimulated his nerves again. Wait. Xing Hongchuan gushed about what happened over the years. Hanju from within the storage boundary. Take out some life-enhancing pills. These are for you. From the enlightenment of the old monster. You have mediocre qualifications. I'm afraid you'll die before you give me a monkey. Xing Hongxian rolled his eyes and said, My husband knew how to make fun of me. I don't have my serious. Don't worry, I've taken it a long time ago. There are still a lot of genius treasures on hand. I've had a long life. Talking and talking. A touch of sadness flashed in Xing Hongxuan's eyes. Speaking of longevity, you were the elder brother of Yu Yufeng before, Lu Sanxing. He died decades ago. The elder brother Lu Sanxing is dead. Hearing this, Hanju was stunned. All these years, he always felt that there were fewer people in his friends list. I can't remember. Mention Lu Samsung. Hanju still remembered the previous care of this senior brother. I haven't had time to repay him. And he was gone. Xing Hongxian said that senior brother Lu was close to Yuanin. It's just a little bit worse. It's a pity that Yukingzong's life-enhancing drugs are too few. If only he had left the smoke as soon as possible. There may be a silver lining. Hanju said seriously, cultivate well. Don't be the next senior brother Lu. I can't bear to die. I still want to accompany my husband. Hanju thought it would end like this. Unexpectedly, Xing Hongxian pestered him for another month. Hollowed out the essence that Hanju had saved in the past few years. The screen turns. Inside a cave, the stalactites hanging from the zenith are hideous and terrifying. One of them has a blood crystal tied to it. Two people were tied at the lower end. It was Zhou Fan and Mo who took revenge. The two of them were disheveled. His eyes were dilated and embarrassed. Underneath them is a cauldron. The pot was boiling with cloudy oil and water. A figure stood beside the cauldron. It was Han Ju's great apprentice Yang Tiandong. Brother Zhou, are you okay? I'm a demon lackey. Di, Yang Tiandong. Zhou Fan scolded angrily. The mood is extremely unhappy. Mo Cheng sighed. Zhou Fan didn't blame him. If you want to blame it, it's also our own bad luck. Accidentally broke into the territory of the Qinglang Great Sage. Hug and kill the patrol monster, Little Diamond Wind. Zhou Fan listened. I'm even angrier. That guy is too arrogant. One sentence at a time, mortals still want us to kneel and beg for mercy. Can I bear it? Lo smiled bitterly with revenge. It's too late to say anything. At this time, a voice came from behind the three of them. What do you say about these two people? Is it to escape or to refine it into an elixir? The person who spoke was none other than the great sage. I saw that this demon king was terrifying. Covered in scales, the turquoise eyes frightened the fangs. It's terrifying. Yang Tiandong frowned. Helplessly asked his father-in-law, do you have to kill him? They killed the demon clan of this king, and they must die. Son, you want to inherit the rights of this king. You have to cut ties with the Terrans. She-males are incompatible. It's an iron law. Can't be rocked. Hear the words of the great sage. Yang Tiandong secretly scolded your sister. You think Lao Tzu wants to be a demon. Yang Tiandong saw the current situation. More and more sad. Back then, he and Zhou Fan were tortured by the holy sect of Lingi. A life-and-death friendship was formed. Now, let him watch Zhou Fan and the others being brought to life. He still has to live with Yin Dian. At the beginning, he monopolized the power of the Demon King. That's why I thought about coming to other demon lands. Fight all the way. It's hard to master a Demon King. As a result, he met the pro-reckless sage. One night back to before liberation, the great sage of the Green Python felt that his bloodline qualifications were good, and he took him as his son. To stay alive, he had to survive. Yang Tiandong regretted that he didn't stay honestly in penance. Master Cheng Xianshan may be right to keep his door closed. That's when it happened. A little demon came to report to the king. Outside, the monkey knocked on the door. A monk who claims to be the Eastern King Immortal of the Wuxiang sect. Shouting outside. He wants to avenge his master through us. He's too strong. The little ones can't stop it. The green python sage listened. His face sank, snorted coldly, and said that the Wuxiang sect came just in time. This king has a grudge against the old monster of enlightenment. The path to immortality. I can't help it, but if there is a fate to meet in the next life, I will do my best to support one or two. This is absolute. Whoever said, don't slip away. Your top-notch aura is here again. The book is picked up again. Dongwang Immortal thought that the old monster of enlightenment was dead. It is related to the great sage of the green python. So he went to the door alone to seek revenge. Between the mountains, countless yokai hovered and blocked. Besieged the East King Immortal. Waiting for the arrival of the king, Dongwang Immortal stood with an umbrella. This red umbrella is open. It can be rotated at high speed. Chop all the monsters that come to you. At his feet were mountains of monster corpses. That's all you have. Your king? Dongwang Immortal laughed presumptuously. Be in spirits. The anger is diluted by the excitement of the killing. Suddenly, at the end of the horizon, a terrifying aura suddenly rose. Lost in the clouds. Shake the mountains. The woods on the mountains shook violently. What a strong demonic spirit. It was so strong that it made Dongwang Xian creepy. The breath is stronger than that of the master. Could it be that he is the great sage of the green python? The listeners said coldly, and went to the land of the king to scatter the wilderness. I'm tired of it. Dongwang Immortal roared angrily. My master, did the old monster of enlightenment be killed by you demons? The laughter of the green python, great sage, followed. The old monster of enlightenment is dead. Ha, it's good to die. It's a great event. Dongwang, immortal, listened. The eyes are red. Really? The clue left by the master refers to the great sage of the green python. I'll fight with you. Say it. Dongwang, immortal, waved the red umbrella. Fight with all your strength to the green python sage. The great sage of the green python didn't take him seriously at all. What if I killed it? Today, this king killed you and stewed soup to drink. This may be the audience, old man. The last time I saw Dongwang immortal. At this time, the other side of the congenital cave mansion. Hanju didn't know that there would be another person soon. He may never be seen again. Since Xing Hongxian left, Hanju continued to cultivate. Occasionally, the emperor grass will be sprinkled with water and basked in the sun. And here is the aura. It was thicker than the land of the demon domain where he was before. Emperor grass. I have cultivated the habit of breathing in the aura of heaven and earth. Chang's delightful. Hanju was looking forward to him giving birth to spiritual wisdom. But as long as you don't get stepped on by others. This sentence was obviously said to Kuan Kuan. The stupid chicken has grown taller than the mouth of the hole. Don't give much. Come and visit in person. Hanju immediately asked, "What's the matter? Is Wu Xiangzong here again?" Li Qingzi shook his head, said sadly, "No, it's that Elder Taishang is about to arrive in the big county." Hanju frowned and was silent. There is only one supreme elder in the Yuqing sect, is Li Qingzi's master. I have dealt with Hanju before. For so many years, Elder Taishang's cultivation barely increased. Naturally, it is difficult to increase lifespan. Do you need me to see me? Hanju asked. After all, he is an old man. Hanju didn't want to be as sorry as Tai Lao. Li Qingzi shook his head and said, Master has already left the Yuqing sect. Last year, he failed to shock his nerves again. In addition, there is a shortage of longevity pills. In the end, he decided to go out and seek opportunities. He said that if he did not return for 20 years, then he is dead. Before leaving, he asked me to come and thank you. Said that if there was no Elder Han, Qingzong would not be today. Hanju said silently. Siem may be sincere, but there is obviously another layer of meaning to this statement. He understands that too. Elder Han, my cultivation is also improving, but I feel that it is also difficult to become a god. If one day I will face great thanks, what do you think of the disciples of the sect? Who is suitable for the next manager? Li Qingzi asked. His expression was not gloomy. Lived so long. He sent away a lot of passers-by. I have long been accustomed to life and death. Hanji shook his head and said, I have been in retreat all year round. Where to know? Li Qingzi smiled and looked at the Yuqing sect. The most gifted disciple is under your disciple. I just found out. Looking for Chang and Murong cheese cultivation is all impacting. The reason is so fast. Look at the Yuqing sect. Except for Elder Han, no one else can do it. If only they could succeed him. Hanju knew. Li Qingzi if he tied Yuqingzong to death. His apprentice or grandson became a long-term teacher. It is even more unlikely that he will leave the Changjiao. I actually understand what you mean. These two are really talented. But one thing needs to be clear. If I want to leave the Yuqing sect one day, neither of them can hold me back. The self was born into this world. I have only one purpose in life. That is immortality. To get to that point, I have to be unconcerned, not affected by cause and effect. To be successful, I can be in the process of pursuing this goal. Help Yuqing sect. But he will never give up this goal because of the Yuqing sect. Hanju said seriously. Li Qingzi was not surprised. The reason why Murong Qi was chosen to find Chang'an. The main reason is the talent of the two. Although the Yuqing sect has grown stronger, but the talent is comparable. There are very few disciples of these two people. The previous Yang Tiandong was not very reliable. Su Qi is also not good at management. That's why I never told you about it. Han Jushin said, It turns out that you have long taken a fancy to my apprentice. This was premeditated. Li Qingzi continued. In fact, we have been mentally prepared for a long time. After all, Liao Shaoqi can't fit your big Buddha in the morning. And Dian's aura restricts you too much. It's only a matter of time before you want to fly away. Now the Yuqing sect can have such a scale. We're already satisfied. If Elder Han wants to cut off cause and effect and fulfill your long-cherished wish, we will not stand in the way. After all, you should live for yourself. Li Qingzi's words made Han Ju relieved. Thank you for your understanding. I think Murong Qi's qualifications are excellent. Take him to the training. Take the liberty of asking, how is the longevity of my master, Sichuan Fairy? Li Qingzi said, please rest assured, Elder Han. My sister has higher qualifications than me. Over the years, I have also encountered special opportunities. It is not a problem to live for hundreds of years. The two then discussed the next way. Li Qingzi said goodbye and left. The path to immortality. I can't help it, but if there is a fate to meet in the next life, I will do my best to support one or two. This is the silent promise of the people of Han Absolute Yuqing sect. 7 years have passed. Heaven and earth grass finally gave birth to spiritual quality. Although it is not yet possible to think, but it's already a leap forward. To celebrate, Han Ju took out the Book of Doom and cursed the vermilion bird ink ghost. Suddenly, a prompt came from the system. He hurriedly clicked on the relationship to check the email. Your apprentice Yang Tiandong, attacked by the Demon King, seriously injured. Life hangs by a thread. Your friend Zhou Fan, attacked by the Demon King, seriously injured. Fortunately, he was rescued by power. Close call. Your friend Don't Take Revenge, attacked by the Demon King, seriously injured. Fortunately, he was rescued by power. Close call. Your God's favor, the Chaos Tengu, self-proclaimed great sage, encountered the encirclement and suppression of the Demon King of the 8 directions. Seriously injured. Close call. Your apprentice Su Qi. Spread bad luck. Meet the demon sect. Luck decays. Ushered in a frost and snow disaster that has not been seen for thousands of years. More than half of the dead and wounded. These things were attacked by the Demon King at the same time. Dare to touch my apprentice. Let's look for death. The world of cultivating immortals does not talk about the private relationship between men and women, glory and wealth. It's about the great road of immortality. Ascend to immortality. But it's a long way to go. Unaccompanied. Therefore, everyone is in reincarnation. Go alone for me. What's the point of these still repairing? So Han Ju invited the Sichuan Fairy to live together. Don't take away your top-notch charm. Audience, sir, can you give a free small flower? The book is picked up again. Han Ju looked through the circle of friends, found that his hapless apprentices were carrying pets. In the past few years, they have been beaten one after another. Although it's all old news from a few years ago, judging from the avatar, at least they're all alive. The danger of life hanging by a thread. It wasn't enough for Han Ju to make a move. At this moment, Han Ju has already merged into the 6th floor, and those old acquaintances in the circle of friends. More and more have entered the cycle of reincarnation. Han Ju found that Elder Taishang had left after all. I can't help but feel gloomy. This made him suddenly want to see his master. So many years. The Sichuan Fairy has always been cultivating in the Imperial Palace. He's already nearly 9 layers of Yuan-ing. There can be such a breakthrough, thanks to the opportunity one encountered outside. Come to the master's door. Han Ju was a little hesitant. After all, it hasn't come for hundreds of years. It's really a rudeness. Just about to knock on the door. The voice of the Sichuan Fairy came from inside the house. Come in and leave the door unlocked. Han Ju pushed open the door. The master has already come out. The Baron politely called out master. Fairy Sichuan was silent. After all, their relationship is more accurate than teaching. His temperament is getting heavier and heavier. The appearance of the country and the city is not charming at all. It's the kind of beauty that people simply like a fairy in the sky. The two of them talked on their knees, speaking of the matter of the Supreme Elder. I can't help but sigh. The fairy is lacking in the aura of the ghostly wind. It's hard to improve your cultivation. Why don't you move to me? I have specially opened up a luxurious cave for you. Fairy Sichuan raised her eyebrows and said, That's your mountain. It's inconvenient for me to go. I've been doing penance all my life. Not many people care. Fairies are one of them. I don't want to be on a long path. In the end, I was the only one left to walk alone. If you can, I hope to go to the avenue hand in hand with the fairy. Han Ju's words. If only someone else had heard. I must think he's stupid. But the Sichuan fairy understands Han Ju. Since Han Ju worshipped the royal wind, he has been doing penance ever since. Even Yukingzong never left. Come on, I don't usually bother the fairy. Fairy Shixian hesitated for a moment. In the end, I agreed. See such a luxurious cave house. Looking for Chang'an had some expectations at first. I thought it was a mansion for me. It turned out that the master had brought the woman back again. Kuan said indignantly, You brother G, and I don't have a cave mansion. You bald donkey dwarf wintermelon, and you want a mansion. Han Ju settled down. The fairy told him that he was next door. If you need anything, you can call him at any time. At this time, Kunkin, who was not interested, came over to the master. Can you upgrade my hibiscus tree as well? After all, I also want a little hen. In the past, the black jade chicken may not really understand this. I must understand it now. Dare to make fun of the master with this. It's time to give it a loving education. The stupid chicken of the dog show eats and drinks spicy food and spicy every day, waiting to become a phoenix. The people who went out to wander were bruised all over their bodies by Ji Yuan. Don't take away your top luck. Fans, gentlemen, is it okay to long press the video to send a free small flower? The book is picked up again. In a vast valley in the northern perimeter, a man was dressed in a robe, wearing a hat, alone in the face of countless monsters eyeing the monster. I don't mean to be offended. It's just that something is looking for you. The Demon King is Yang Tiandong, saying, The last time the East King came to the door to challenge the pro-reckless Great Sage. Master Xian is also Zhou Fan, the younger sister of Xian Qingjun, and Lord Xian in Mu's revenge mouth. He took advantage of the chaos to break into the cave alone. 2 people were rescued. It's too late to bring the Great Sage of the Green Python back. The Great Sage can perceive the realm of the Xianxia Master. Didn't chase any more. The fire of the Green Python Sage has nowhere to vent. Took Yang Tiandong and was angry. Shortly thereafter, Yang Tiandong found an opportunity to get out of control. I plan to unite with other demon kings to discuss together. The Great Sage of the Python. I heard that there was a new demon king called the Great Sage of Chaos in the Northern Zhou dynasty. Yang Tiandong came to visit him in the first battle. The Great Sage of Chaos learns that someone is asking for a sword. Surrounded by demons, he slowly walked out. Yang Tiandong immediately expressed his intention. I want to join forces with him to fight against the Blue Python Great Sage. If successful, take advantage of the situation to divide its territory equally. The Demon King said coldly, I advise you not to fight this idea. The Green Python Great Sage is very tricky. Within 10 weeks and 9 dynasties, few can beat him. Yang Tiandong immediately patted his chest and said, The Point Demon King is my father-in-law. The god-slaying elder of the Great Speech sect is my master. With their backing, we have a good chance of winning. Elder of the Yuqing sect. The Demon King heard the name, taken aback, seeing that the Demon King did not answer. Yang Tiandong immediately showed that he was powerful. It is said that the Great Sage of the Green Python is expanding wildly. Sooner or later, it will kill you. Wu Xiangzong frantically encircled and suppressed the Great Sage of the Green Python. Now is our chance. Wait a little longer. You and I can only be as dogs. Which Chaos Demon King heard the last sentence? Suddenly blew up the temple. You have to say it again. Why you look down on dogs? The voice did not fall. A huge silver figure appeared in front of Yang Tiandong. This Chaos Demon King is the Chaos Tengu. So many years have passed. The Chaos Tengu is no longer as fat as it was when he was a child. On the contrary, it is very robust. Now, Yang Tiandong was stunned for a moment. This Demon King looked familiar. Chaos Tengu was also stunned for a moment. This fool looking for death looks familiar. The two shouted in unison. Why are you? Those who cultivate immortals should go to the world to find opportunities. You should still practice steadily and with peace of mind. Today the answer will be obvious. Don't paddle away your top luck. Audience gentlemen, can you give me a free little flower first? The book is picked up again. Yang Tiandong came to see the great sage of chaos. How do you know that this great sage is actually the old man of the master's dog? I saw that it hadn't been warm for a few minutes. The pair quarreled brainlessly and upset. Dog, how are you thinking about my proposal? Please call this king the great sage of chaos. The Chaos Tengu was repeatedly barked by Yang Tiandong's dogs. Very unhappy. Call you a dog or something. That's what I called you when you were a kid. Believe it or not, I'll go back and tell the master. Chaos Tengu anti-gun, you don't dare to go back. And the face says about me. Yang Tiandong was embarrassed. He was really embarrassed to go back to Hanju. Ever since he became a demon queen, the seeds of power and ambition took root in his heart. He could no longer practice his penance as before. We're all in the same vein. We should help each other. Listen to my brother, I'll do the big ticket. You and I joined forces to destroy the great sage of the Green Python. Cut from Queen's Road East to Queen's Road West. Divided his territory and his younger brother. Chaos Tengu frowned helplessly. The brain is in that than the stroke. I said resentfully, I won't go. I can't beat him. Don't be afraid, dog. I know we alone are not enough. I still have to continue to persuade the other demon kings. Seeing that the dog was still unmoved, Yang Tiandong moved out of the master again. We're working so hard outside. It's nothing more than having the face to see the master in the future. And your chicken and turtle. Don't you want to go back and kill his feathers? When it comes to black jade chickens, the dog immediately came to the spirit line. I'm messing with you, but you still can't call me a dog. Please call me the great sage of chaos. That's how 8 years have passed. Morongchi has become a great disciple of the inner sect of the Yuqing sect. With the strength of the peak of the Jinan realm, the sect is crisscrossed. He said one, no one dared to say two. On this day, the disciples suddenly came to report to the senior brother. Oh no! The 2 disciples who had fallen into the demonic path returned. Morongchi asked them where they were. The disciple reciprocated to the 2. I went straight to the immortal mountain, the city of asceticism. Go to Shizu. That's fine, police. It doesn't take long for the report to be lifted. Zhou Fan and Mo have taken revenge to the point of cultivating to become immortals. The 2 of them sighed with emotion. The Yuqing sect has changed so much. The aura is also far better than before. I don't know how Maju is practicing here. Don't take revenge and think about her sister. But Zhou Fan was thinking about Hanju. I want to see how powerful Hanju really is right now. Mo Revenge advised Zhou Fan to keep a low profile. After all, the Yuqing sect even swallowed the Blood Rock Heavenly Gate. Hanju's strength may be far superior to yours. No way, absolutely impossible. That Blood Rock Heavenly Gate was cornered by Wu Xiangzhou. I came to take refuge in Yuqing sect. It may not be a crushing of strength. As he spoke, he pointed to the sky in the distance. Practicing flying swords, an introductory disciple of the 3rd branch. You've seen it all the time. Is there anyone in the big sect who has put guardrails on the flying sword? That's it. Can it be compared to other major sects? Look at the arrogant appearance of the two of them. The first master couldn't help but sweat. These two are two goods. Why didn't I see it? The aura of that mountain. It's already abundant, and it's almost beyond the hidden holy land. Zhou Fan's self-confidence at the moment has exploded. I can't wait to press Hanju to the ground and rub it. At the moment, congenital groundbreaking. Hanju is teaching Hei Yuji and Chang'an Toe Excalibur. This is Hanju's trick. Whether they can learn it depends on how well they understand. Hanju taught the mantra over and over again, repeating the sword finger to demonstrate the spiritual power running route. Master, I don't have a finger. How do you gather spiritual power at your fingertips? Then you can use the wing clips. The black jade chicken is indeed extraordinary. A little bit of cold waves. Gete au instant. Whoosh shot out of chicken feathers. A blow of sword energy. Blasted stones in the distance. The lethality is impressive. Not bad. In the future, your trick will be called finger-sucking chicken wings. What kind of breed is Master Chicken? This qualification doesn't look like a chicken. Ordinary and couldn't help but ask. Hanju hasn't answered yet. Black Yuji turned her head and scolded. What is the name of Brother Chicken? Ji told you a long time ago. Ji is a phoenix. You really think Ji is a chicken? Since devouring the pig fight. Hey, Yuji changed from Brother Ji to Master Ji. You're not simple either. Work hard. Believe in the vision of the teacher. Hanju touched Ordinary and's bald head. Smiled kindly. That's when it happened. Hanju received a system prompt. The strongest person in the Yuqing sect was detected. Master Xian's demon gold senior sister combined and entered the 9th floor. Ah! Isn't that my sister-in-law? Turning his head, Hanju suddenly caught a glimpse. Emo took revenge on Zhou Fan and Master Xian. They were walking towards him one after the other. Han Xiao hasn't seen him for a long time. Zhou Fan was very excited. I want to shout about Korean dramas. You remember me. Haven't seen each other in years. You're still in style. The Korean drama laughed. Remember, Brother Zhou. Brother Emo has not had an easy time these years. His voice drifted into the ears of Zhou Fan and the others. Let all three of them hear it clearly. Zhou Fan and Mu took revenge. Tears welled up. It's not easy. They can be said to have been on the verge of life and death. Losers don't lose. Zhou Fan can't let Hanju see the joke. The master has lived a very chic life over the years. Fight the sword to the end of the world. Pleasure and revenge. I also got a lot of opportunities. Zhou Fan forced a smile. His mouth is quite hard. Zhou Fan suddenly stepped forward. Take for a moment. Let's have a discussion. I've lost to you before. Now I've gotten to the top of my body. Just like you did. It's also the vowel that has cut off the person who turned into a god. Now I'm going to face off against you in this half-step transformation god realm. Qualified. Your dog has been on this mountain for so many years. Presumably, there is no chance to break through the nerves. Hanju didn't bother to pay attention to him. You don't have to rush to fight me. Let's go and tell me about your fall into the devil's path. Zhou Fan continued to provoke. Hanju, are you afraid? Don't worry, we'll talk quietly. Don't let people know. There's no shame in you losing. If you want to figure it out, go and break in Senior Brother Emo, and I can take you flying. Black Jade couldn't help but scold. Who dares to provoke my master? Believe it or not, Master Chicken, a chicken wing, swatted you to death. Junju, your rooster is pretty crazy. I don't accept it. Kuin can't wait. I want to show how strong I am. So Fen Luk Tehen Yu, asked Hanju with a smile. I'll teach you a lesson about your chickens. Hanju saw that Zhou Fan was serious. If you keep refusing, later, the division will also pester him. Hanju said lightly, no opinion. He looked at the black jade chicken. It doesn't hurt. Hurt people and don't take revenge since that something is wrong. Sure raised his eyebrows first. It's also curious, because he can see through the chicken. A chicken with a clean face. One person attained enlightenment. Chicken dog ascends to heaven. How good is Hanju? Even the roof chickens he raises can be humiliated. The god realm is strong. Don't paddle away from your top. Luck is here again. Ladies and gentlemen, audience, I can give a free small flower. Let me be lucky too. The book is picked up again. The first thing Zhou Fan did when he returned to the sect was to challenge Hanju. A black jade chicken that learns new tricks. I'm also looking for someone to practice my hands. Seeing that his opponent is a fat chicken, Zhou Fan was both disdainful and angry. Do you think I can't beat a chicken? Mo Revenge sensed that something was wrong. He couldn't even see through the cultivation of the black jade chicken. He advised Zhou Fan to rest for a few days first. It's never too late to find out the details and then learn. Zhou Fan ignored Mo's dissuasion for revenge, turning around and walking towards the black prison heim. A handful ripped off his robe. Wisps of wind visible to the naked eye swirled around the body. His muscles tensed, burst out with terrible coercion. Strange blood streaks crawled all over the body. Scarlet true chi erupted from within him. Zhou Fan roared wildly. True chi squirted in all directions. This scene reminded everyone present of the past, the era when it was controlled by super science. Mo looked at Hanju with revenge. Said Brother Han embarrassedly. I didn't expect him to be serious. Hanju smiled and said it was okay. I'm not going to let them hurt each other. At this moment, Zhou Fan's body form has been formed. Sunra said to Hei Yuji that he was a chick. Today is your pleasure. I've killed the gods in this form. Hei Yuji looked at Zhou Fan with her dead fish eyes. Clearly expressed disdain. You apologize to your Zhou Yi now. I don't want to crow like you. Zhou Fan crowed one chicken after another. Made Kunkin very unhappy. Seeing that Kunkin did not react, Zhou Fan struck suddenly. A gust of wind suddenly erupted. The robes of those present were stirred. Zhou Fan's punch burst out with the power of Tiangong's fire. Smash it at Black Jade Heim. This is his ultimate move, Duan Soul Demon Fist. Zhou Fan smiled with a hideous and conceited smile. Unleash an all-out blow while in the Overlord. Completely forget that this is a competition. Loud bang. Pushio City Immortal Mountain was blown up by Zhou Fan to create a gap. Don't be sad and say it's bad. How can you put the trick of killing the gods? It is used on the same door. The ancestor said disheartenedly. Zhou Fan's method is not bad. Come up and magnify the move. It's just that he's looking for the wrong person. The smoke cleared. Kun frotze. Except for Hanju and Xian Shirshir. Everyone else froze. I saw Zhou Fan punch Hei Yuji's stomach. Kunkin's chicken feathers and fat were shaking all over his body. It's like a marshmallow blown by the wind. Kiroheim's eyes widened. I couldn't help but say. I heard the two words that Hei Yuji spit out. Zhou Fan was angry. He felt a great insult. A chicken dared to mock me. Just now I was afraid of offending Hanju. That's why I didn't use my power. Now you've got it for me. I'm going to blow you stinky chicken. After that, Zhou Fan gathered strength again. Deliver an even more violent blow. This is called shattering the shadow palm. It's not just nice names. The special effects are also better looking. This palm is indeed very powerful. Was sent to the sky. Zhou Fan then used a floating combo. The knees gather surging spiritual power. Unstoppable kick on Black JG. Blows don't hit the face. Zhou Fan's kick. The knot kicked Kuin in the face. The anger from the ridicule, just now, had already made him red-eyed. He punched and vented. The air in the sky was rubbed to the point of red-hot heat. Zhou Fan raised his legs suddenly. The machine was kicked into the sky by him. It was as if a meteorite machine had broken through the atmosphere of the sky. For the first time, Kuin felt so close to the sun. It's so warm and comfortable. I want to sleep. In the dream, Kunkin remembered Han Ju's teachings when he was a child. Fight with people later. It is necessary to find out the true level of the opponent at the first time. Some people's strength is much higher than what they have revealed, like to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. So you must not expose too much strength. It's also good to be caught by the enemy. The host was right. I'll have to endure it any longer. What if Zhou Fan still hasn't put the big move? That girl can be with him. It shows that this kid must be extraordinary. Kunkin opened his eyes and was startled. Zhou Fan really has a killer move. I saw him holding a vitality bomb and smashing it towards Kuan Kuan. Of course, this is a manga of cultivating immortals. That's why it's called the Sunfall Volley. Assistant Mo Revenge wanted to stop Zhou Fan. It was too late. This is the ultimate killing move that Zhou Fan used to kill the transformation god last time. Bang! Huge explosion. Blow up the sea of clouds on the mountain of asceticism. Kuan Kuan was drowned in a scorching shockwave. Don't take revenge and be afraid of Han Ju's move. Hurriedly explained that Zhou Fan didn't mean it. Who knew that Han Ju said lightly that it was okay? Not a big problem. Not a big problem. Could it be that chicken? The crowd looked at the sky again. Zhou Fan trembled with fright from the scene in front of him. I saw a strange micropressure filling the sky. And the source of micropressure. Marshmallows from that mass of white-dotted black flowers. The angry black jade phoenix. That's all you have. Thinking that you kid is really weak. 10 years of life and death. Don't think about it. It's unforgettable. Today we are not going to talk about Han Ju. Instead, I want to talk about Zhou Fan. Don't take away your top luck. Ladies and gentlemen, can you give me a free little flower? The book is picked up again. Zhou Fan released various big moves at Hei Yuji. Made Kunkin really suffer a fat beating. But soon Hei Yuji figured out a fact. Zhou Fan, this kid is really weak. The attack is like gua sha. The chickens are not acting anymore. The little cub is ready to meet the wrath of Rong Shujing. What a glory and vain. Zhou Fan was shocked. Subconsciously retreat. Black Jade G's wings shook. Covered in chicken feathers. Shoot out countless sword chi. It was like a downpour sweeping away. The speed of sword chi. It's fast. Zhou Fan didn't have time to react at all. The brain went blank. He felt the breath of death again. It feels all too familiar. After all, he died. Supreme hour. Zhou Fan remembered him again. His favorite in this life. Is also the only person who has ever loved Lu Yao. Zhou Fan was born into a family of carpenters. The daughter of the landlord next door. Lu Yao was his only playmate in childhood. It's his childhood sweetheart. From Xiao Lu Yao is Zhou Fan's fan sister. Whatever he does, Lu Yao will cheer. Zhou Fan, who was born in a carpenter family. He has no talent in carpentry, but he is very talented in spiritual practice. It is a congenital full spirit that is unique in 10,000. He and Lu Yao were both targeted by the Yuqing sect. In the days of practicing qi in the outer gate, Zhou Fan, who has excellent talent, is invincible all over the middle door. He was soon promoted to the rank of inner disciple. He also vowed to protect Lu Yao for the rest of his life. But the good times didn't last long. After entering the foundation building period, Zhou Fan couldn't accumulate spiritual power for some reason. As a result, the cultivation has always stagnated. The elders tried their best to find out why. That's it. The once high-spirited teenager sank. Those who swore an alliance with Lu Yao. Zhou Fan didn't dare. If it weren't for Lu Yao's intercession, Zhou Fan should have been expelled from the division a long time ago. His former arrogance led to many enemies. Now he is down, and he is bullied by his peers. Every now and then. Protecting him was Lu Yao. However, Zhou Fan gave up on himself again and again. Completely broke Lu Yao's heart. Low self-esteem and avoidance make him keep pushing Lu Yao away. Someday, Lu Yao became someone else's bride. Lu Yao agreed to Jian Fengye's courtship. The two are about to get married. At that moment, Zhou Fan felt that he had really lost him. After playing resistant, Zhou Fan devoted himself to cultivation. Finally break through this step and practice the natal magic weapon. The reason why it is impossible to improve the cultivation after the foundation is built. It was because this natal spirit treasure was seriously damaged in its previous life. Keep absorbing Zhou Fan's spiritual power to repair it. It is only today that it has been repaired. Zhou Fan, who learned the reason, beat Ling Bao fatly. With the blessing of the natal spirit treasure, Zhou Fan's cultivation speed has improved by leaps and bounds. Finally regained the majesty of the year. Those who had bullied him were trampled under his feet again. He vowed to defeat all Yuqing disciples, become the strongest in the sect, go and reclaim his sister Lu Yao. Until he met Hanju. In less than 3 seconds, the body is incomplete. Once again, all hope has come to naught. Failure again made it impossible for him to keep his promise to Lu Yao. Watched him marry a wife. From then on, Zhou Fan began to cultivate frantically. How many times have you fought with the belief that you will die? Constantly hovering on the edge of life and death. Every time one foot stepped through the ghost gate, he would always think of Lu Yao again. If there is an afterlife, I will make good on my promise. Just like Hanju said, Zhou Fan is the real protagonist in the story of cultivating immortals. Every time you live to die, he always has great opportunities. Finally, he inherited the hegemony from the ancient powers. How many times did he sneak home? I just want to sneak a peek at the one in my heart. Goodbye, Lu Yao. He's a mother. That boy was as cute as Lu Yao was when he was a child. Zhou Fan also secretly approached the child. Seeing him is like seeing yourself as a child. Until the child said that his name was Xiao Fan. Zhou Fan finally realized Lu Yao has never forgotten himself. Zhou Fan didn't want to disturb their ordinary life. He gave the token he carved when he was a child to the child. That ugly, ugly-looking monster. Time flies. High-level immortal cultivators have been like white horses for decades, and the low-ranking monks still have to suffer from life and death. Lu Yao's Xianggong died in the invasion of the demon cult. The eldest son, Xiao Fan, has no talent for cultivation. He is also long gone. Today's Lu Yao is old. When you're alone, he will still think of Zhou Fan. If he hadn't used that method of agitation back then, will the two of them be in a different situation? Zhou Fan for so many years. I guess I hate me so much. This time, Zhou Fan did not continue to hide. Time flies. I didn't expect you to find immortality after all. The two met. Lu Yao was excited. I didn't expect to see you again in this life. Zhou Fan didn't say much. He just wants to remember him at his best. Thank you for your good intentions in this life. If there is an afterlife, I, Zhou Fan, will be a cow and a horse for you. But in this life, I, Zhou Fan, want to try to become that ethereal immortal. Hanju, you're my inner demon. Instant poll for a lifetime. Zhou Fan flashed back to this life in his mind. Now, he was going to wait peacefully for death. Let's stop there. A voice pulled him back from the meeting. Just at the last moment, a powerful spiritual force stood in front of him. Counteract Black JG's sword aura. Black JG's sword aura dissipated directly. Zhou Fan's eyes widened. This spiritual power made him feel incomparably vast. With one hand, he defused Rong Sujin's attack. Hanju, what kind of existence are you? The sea turtle used to be a frog in the 7 wells. The rock spreads its wings around the world. The best of the best, the stronger of the best. The last will be full of boasting in front of people. Don't row away. Your top luck is here again. Ladies and gentlemen, sir, can you send a free small flower after reading? The book is picked up again. Since being defeated by Black Jadeheim, Zhou Fan was stupid, playing motionless. It's as if the body is hollowed out. It became a soulless shell. Mo Revenge asked Hanju what realm he was. Is it already the end of glory? Hanju didn't want to irritate them anymore. It can only be said that it is not too much different from the glory and vanity. Heard Hanju say so. Xianxue didn't want to poke it either. After all, Zhou Fan and Mo Revenge worked desperately to get to the reason. The fact that Hanju has already merged with the realm. It's unacceptable to them. After Mo took revenge and said goodbye to Hanju, hurriedly pulled Zhou Fan away. Xianxue didn't say much. Follow the two of them away. Kuan, who showed his face, personally sent off the guests proudly. Then he returned to Hanju and proudly sold cuteness. How about the master didn't disgrace your old man? Hanju looked at him with an arrogant expression. With a blank face, don't blame me for not reminding you. The woman just now was a cultivator who had entered the 9th layer together. As soon as this statement came out, Kunkin was so frightened that his fat shook. Immediately, the brain made up the picture that the chicken rice was too fragrant. Hanju continued to scare him, said that the woman had a lot to do with Zhou Fan. If you heard Zhou Fan, do you think you can beat him? Kunkin's pride is gone. In its place, there was a strong fear. Hanju took advantage of the situation to continue to do family education. In future fights, remember to analyze the enemy's situation, just in case you finish beating other people's children and come to a powerful parent. The other side, Mo Revenge pulled Zhou Fan to find Li Qingzi, staged a play of guilt. Only then did he get the forgiveness of the sect. Less than 3 days. The news of Zhou Fan and Mo's return with revenge. It spread throughout the Yuqing sect. The legendary experience of the two. Let the younger generations talk about it. And Zhou Fan has been defeated by a chicken since then. Has closed himself to his own demons. He can only defeat it himself. Zhou Fan's state was not expected by Mo Revenge. After all, Mo Revenge was also defeated by Hanju. Mo Revenge said, self-made is something that cannot be generalized. Hanju was able to have such cultivation by means of penance. It was just an accident. Jin Shirshir hesitated again. In the end, do you want to put Hanju and the body through this matter? Tell them both. At this time, Maju learns that his brother is back. I happily came over. I heard the voice of the old girl. Mo was very happy with his revenge. I don't know. He saw at a glance that Mo Zhujing had also arrived at the original sound realm, shocked by the fragrance of his physiological mouth. Don't be surprised. How did Maju break through so quickly? Mo Zhu said that the progress of Hanju's penance cultivation is quite fast. I followed along. What's all the fuss about? Isn't it normal? Normal, you call it normal. I'm out there. A narrow escape. It took countless tribulations to get to the cause. You don't go out of the door every day. You can catch up with me every day at home. What is the reason of heaven? Why should I go out and practice? Why should I practice? Mo's vengeful demon also came out. He's going to go insane. That's it. The number of autistic people in the I Ching sect has changed from 1 to 2. On the other side, in the state of West Yenzhou. At this time, it was very lively. The 100 major sects are holding a discussion conference. The monks of all sects gathered together. Deduce the avenue of heaven and earth. Fight lonely and don't rely on the nineth. To be monotonous will not play. The people who play 80,000 cards are from the true martial arts sect. Shangguan asked to see him. He advised the other party to come out and walk around more in the future. Such a development in Kowloon. In your realm. Born, Sect Master Wei. His opponent is none other than the Sect Master of the 9 Dragons. The Wei people are also Lao Huang. Huang Zun didn't have an accident for a long time. Lao Huang felt that he was already afraid. It turns out that Ghost Xiu still has such sequelae. At this time, there was a sound in the distance. There was a scream. Something flew from afar, slammed to the ground. I saw a person crawling up from the smoke and dust. Covered in wounds, appalling. He was riding a giant demon dog. The injury was also not light. It was Yang Tiandong and Chaos Tengu. Huang Zuentian recognized it at a glance. The two were disciples of the Reincarnation seniors. Immediately called for Gu Zong's fellow Taoist to come to the rescue. Yang Tiandong came to me. Yang Tiandong didn't expect so many people to be willing to save him. Shengwan asked to see him. Be the first to be at the forefront. I want to see which one doesn't have long eyes. Dare to be wild in front of the 100 major sects. I saw a huge figure walking slowly in the distance. Dark cyan scales covered the body. The terrifying coercion made everyone present dare not speak. The one who came was none other than the reckless sage. A swarm of ants also dared to stop it. This king is looking for death. Huang Zuentian felt the breath of the other party. Then you know that the one who comes is not good. But there are also those who do not know whether they are alive or dead. I want to teach this monster a lesson. I saw arrest. It's a code that pushes the supposedly able to kill the fit mirror. Mo attacked the great sage of the green python. I don't know that his tricks have not stopped. The bone staff of the green python great sage has been opened. Smack! Beat the monk to pieces. I can't even spell it out. My grass combination is the pinnacle of the big demon. The crowd found danger. Late. Slag that is not self-sufficient. Suffer death. The moon is dark, the wind is high, and the waves are rising. Huang Tiandang is rampant. Pingbo vain woman takes the reason of heaven. How can I see that the murder has a long life? Chaos Tengu and Yang Tiandong encounter the blue python great sage. Dead or alive? Why did Han Jun kill his sister-in-law? Don't take away your top-notch charm again. Ladies and gentlemen, can you give me a free little flower? The book was picked up and returned to the 100 major sects to gather and discuss. Happened to save Yang Tiandong and Chaos Tengu, who were being hunted down. As a result, it attracted the wrath of the green python sage. All the sect masters joined forces and couldn't defeat Huang Zongtian. Luckily escaped back to his own sect. Gulp, gasping for air, finally came back alive. You can't go out again. You can't just save people. Remembering what happened before, he couldn't help but shudder. That green python sage is too strong. It's been just a few years since I ran for my life. The power of the great sage of the green python skyrocketed. Begin to march towards the Terrans. He used the reason of chasing and killing Yang Tiandong, aggressively attacking Terran territory. Huang Zongtian couldn't help but think of the cold. I don't know if that senior can be able to defeat the reckless sage. Reincarnation of predecessors. You're going to have to hold on. Penance becomes immortal. Yamashita, Master Mo Zhuxian, and others came to visit Hanju again. Maju is familiar with this place. As soon as he came, he warmly greeted the Hanju masters and apprentices. Hanju was not surprised to see Moju. Unexpectedly, Maju was still dragging two little white people. To be exact, two unpainted Hong Kongers. Zhou Fan and Mo, who were damaged by thieves, took revenge. Hanju introduced them to Dongfu. Drink tea together and catch up. Mo took revenge and thanked Hanju. If it weren't for him stopping Maju, he went out on his own and might have died. Mo revenge is still smarter than Zhou Fan. He changed his style. Ask Hanju immediately. Is there any way to do it? Can help him continue to make breakthroughs in cultivation. Hanju smiled and said yes, but it's a lot of clothes. Mo Zhu hurriedly squeezed a few glances at Hanju. Let him stop talking. Mo Revenge, who doesn't know what's going on, still wants to ask, was quickly stopped by Mo Zhu, who blushed with shame. Hanju means your family's ancestral magic skills. It has been passed down from the immortals to Maju. You only have one chance. Then again, Zhou Fan, he's okay. Look at Zhou Fan again. His faded line drawings were gone. Comic book authors can be lazy again. Fu Revenge shook his head and said with a wry smile, he has always had a good mentality. The brain is also easy to use. It should be back soon. The last time we were caught by the Python Great Sage. It was he who guided Lord Xian to show up to save us. Hear this. Name. Han felt that the sword eyebrows instantly furrowed. When we were arrested earlier, we met your apprentice Yang Tiandong. He's now completely demonized. If it weren't for the fact that he worshipped the great sage of the green python as his father-in-law. Took us away snuck. I'm afraid we have already been eaten by the Qing python great sage. Hanju slapped the table angrily. Mo Revenge thought that he was angry because his disciple drew demons. As a matter of fact, it's because this kid recognized a godfather behind Hanju's back again. Hanju was so angry that his facial features were distorted. Don't. In his previous life, this little cub was a house slave with a third surname, surnamed Li. Montag revient huritli explained. It is expedient for the righteous father to do this. Afterward, I heard that Yang Tiandong Chaos Great Sage united with other demon kings, encircle and suppress the Python Sage together. As a result, the slain piece of armor was not left. The great sage of the green python was furious, ordered to hunt down Yang Tiandong. The matter caused a lot of uproar. Hanju hid his face and was silent. Mo Zhu thought that he felt sorry for his disciple. He was hiding his face and weeping. I don't know that Hanju is looking at the system panel. Chaos Tengu and Yang Tiandong were constantly attacked by demon beasts. The dog was seriously injured by the Demon King. Fall into the 9 Shadows days. Life and death unknown. Yang Tiandong was also seriously injured, but he escaped by chance. Huang Zuentian and Shangguan Qiu were also seriously injured by the Demon King. These people are mixed together. He was beaten so badly. Xianshi said, that Qing Python Great Sage may step into the Tribulation Realm at any time. Cultivation is unfathomable. Even he couldn't do anything together. The combination can't beat the green python sage on the 9th floor. This kind of demon is an absolute disaster for my human race. I don't know if Yang Tiandong can escape. Dogs have rough skin and thick meat. I shouldn't be able to die. How did Yang Tiandong escape? Huang Zuentian and Shangguan begged to see the 2 glory realms. Can't even beat the green python sage. Mo Revenge continued to sigh. Every time I think of the horror of the green python sage. He was so frightened that he couldn't sleep at night. It's dangerous out there. Brother Mo will not be in the future. Then stay in Yuqing and cultivate. Hanju said meaningfully. Mo Revenge did not immediately refuse. After all, it was Hanju who said this. On the occasion of farewell, Mo Revenge said that he would think about it. The enemy of the Luo family. Although most of them have been removed, the remaining forces did not dare to trouble them. But he and Zhou Fan are both demon cultivators. It is not appropriate to stay in the Yuqing sect. Let's go back first. Wait for Zhou Fan to adjust. Next time, let's have a drink together. Hanju rarely has a favorite friend. He smiled and said that next time he would definitely do it. At this time, Master Xianshi quietly pulled out his sword. Don't talk about martial arts. Engage in a sneak attack, and the Xianshi teacher wants to turn over with 1 word. Instantly swung his sword in front of Hanju's eyes. The sword swung out of the air and was torn apart. Make a sound that breaks through the sky. The speed of the sword is fast. But it was cut empty. Hanju has disappeared from the spot. Don't wait for the teacher to react. A flash of golden light flashed. Cut his throat. Beautiful heads. The brush detached from his body. This time, Hanju still only used 1 move to combine. It's just the case with the 9th floor. The eldest wife of our army sent her sister-in-law to check the port of Hanju. The breakthrough of the great sage of the python is imminent. Hanju's curse was ineffective. A double crisis in family and career. How should Hanju deal with it? Don't take away your top luck. I wish the audience a happy long holiday. Can you send it to the next free little flower? The book is picked up again. Han Yustruk. Easily kill the sister-in-law on the nearly 9th floor of the river body. It seems that if I am fighting against the great sage of the Qing python, it doesn't have to be a win. To be on the safe side, let's try to curse the Demon King with the Book of Doom first. In case it works, he can be killed by thunder. I've had a lot less trouble. At this time, the system sends a prompt. The mock trial ends. Feed in 14 seconds. Hey, hey. Big brother, wake up. Han Ju's divine stone came out of the system. I just happened to see the Xian poem in front of my face. Dare to ask Han Daoyu. Are you a reason, Han? Ju didn't deny it. Didn't nod either. Why did Daoyu ask? He did not name the relationship between Master Xian and Xian Qingjun. He still had a hint of wariness of Xian Qingjun. What if Xian Qingjun is hiding some conspiracy? It's nothing. Master Xian shook his head and smiled. He also didn't plan to identify himself with Xian Qingjun. Say it out, Han Ju thinks. That's what he asked. Then it must have been sent by Xian Qingjun to check the post. Could it be that the eldest wife of the demon lord found out that I had a new love? Can't answer. Absolutely not answered. Master Xian also remembered what senior sister said. His truth is the mirror of the gods. And this Hanju is a fitting mirror. At this time, Maju and the others also called out to Xian Shishir to hurry up. At the Yukingzong Food Festival at the foot of the mountain, there are snail noodles that you can eat. Then that what Harbin 4 ring outside the barbecue. Much more delicious. Xian Shishir said goodbye to Hanju. Turn and leave. But all the time, Xian Shishir didn't have a good impression of Hanju. Hanju Ishin said that it was fortunate that he didn't let him bump into Xing Hongxian. Otherwise, my new love and old love will fight in the future. Will my sister-in-law help my brother-in-law? Until now, Hanju didn't know why Xian Qingjun chose him as a reason. The fate of the immortal cultivation world is sometimes so strange. Between the mountains, inside the Demon King's cave, the great sage of the green python, who is as burly as a hill, is sitting on the throne. Wonder, why is there always a cursed power interfering with cultivation recently? There was a cauldron in front of him. Bones loom in the boiling soup. If it weren't for the fact that he had this spiritual treasure in his hand, he was isolated. I am afraid that I will be succeeded by the power of this curse. It seems that it is time to break through institutional shortcuts. I'm afraid that something is going to go wrong. At this time, a flying eagle demon flew over. Report to the king. Yang Tiandong had already fled into the Australopithecus week. Whether to continue the pursuit. Ding Mang's face was gloomy. Of course you have to kill, even if he fled to the ends of the earth. This king will also hunt down to the end. If you don't tear him, this king can't get rid of the hatred in his heart. I treated him like a son-in-law, but he joined forces with outsiders to attack me. I didn't think it gave me an excuse to expand. Give a decree to this king. Master Yang Tiandong forgot his righteousness. Where my demon clan sees him, it must be slain. All the sects that dare to take him in slaughtered me directly. As he spoke, a curse struck again. But once again, he was blocked by the magic weapon in his hand. It turned out that Hanju was in the cave house. He began to curse the great sage again. However, many curses came down. The system did not give Hanju any response. I don't know if this curse can be achieved. He always felt a cursed loneliness. Han never kept looking through the circle of friends. It was discovered that Yang Tiandong had only been attacked by demon beasts recently. Was not hunted down by the Python Great Sage. Could it be that this old monster is hiding and is going to break through the retreat? After all, he hadn't taken the shortcut yet. Waiting for Yang Tiandong is really nowhere to go. It will inevitably return to the Qing dynasty. In case the blue python Great Sage follows and kills, he had to face the Great Sage of the green python. Hanju took a deep breath. If you can't beat it, I'm afraid I won't be able to run away. Now, in addition to cultivation upgrades, there is no other way. The great sage of the Qing python in the forest also thought so. Hurry up and get through the catastrophe. Wait for this king to step into the realm of tribulation. Don't talk about the life or death of that evil animal. It is the earthly realm of the whole world. It will be the king's territory. At this time, the demon sect in the northern Zhou dynasty was gone. Only ruins and corpses remained. In the midst of the ruins, one of them stood dumbfounded. What's going on? All the people are dead. After the demon lord left, Su Qi has been practicing in retreat. After breaking through to the innate realm, he found an opportunity to return to the demon sect. But after returning to the demon sect, those disciples who didn't like him in the past started targeting him again, be at the end of one's forbearance. Su Qi killed those disciples. The sect elder was furious. Imprison him in the dungeon of the demon sect. Daily torture. No wonder. I haven't seen anyone in months. The dungeon is completely ineffective. It turned out to be all dead. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the master made a move? But why didn't the master save me from this purgatory? Wait for the demon sect to fall. Wouldn't I be able to go back? I understand. The master wanted me to experience it again on the way home. Master, you are my eternal God. Su Qi was suddenly open-minded after figuring it out. He continued to wander through the ruins of the demon sect's mountain gate. I want to see if there are any genius treasures left. If there is still a living mouth, he will surely mend the sword. After all, he hated the demon sect so much. After a stick of incense, Susie walked into the ruins. I really have a good way to live. It's not because people don't want it. Because people are not in vain. Let the waves rise. Own midstream stable boat. Don't take away your top luck. Ladies and gentlemen, can you send it to the next free little flower? The book is picked up again. Su Qi searched for the genius treasure in the ruins. I'm going to take it home with the coiling. If you encounter the remnants of the demon sect, he was ready to cut the grass and eradicate the roots. Avoid future troubles. I didn't expect to search and search. It turned out to be a real mouth. I saw an old man in the ruins. He was rickety. Clothes are dirty. Standing like a dry corpse in the ruins of the demon sect. Eyes are blank. You are also a disciple of the demon sect. The old man asked tremblingly. Excuse me, Your Excellency. The old man sighed. I used to be a disciple of the demon sect, but because of the mistakes, expelled from the master by the master. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. I want to come back and see. Unexpectedly, it was completely destroyed. Not good. Could it be that this old thing wants to reestablish the demon sect? No, you have to preemptively kill him. I can't stay in this place for a moment. As he spoke, Su Qi mobilized his demonic energy behind the old man, ready to play his reasons. All the strength to strike a blow. The old man continued. I searched for a few days and nights. The master's body was not found. It was not easy to achieve the catastrophe. I wanted to be in the ascendant, but my heart was ruined. But now there is no chance. Crossing the tribulation realm. Su Qi was so frightened that she almost died. The old man turned his head to look at Su Qi. Have you found my master's body? He remained expressionless. It is impossible not to find out in the tribulation realm. Su Qi mobilized the demonic energy, obviously pretending to be a pig and eating a pig. Su Qi's luck was too good to be contained. You can only hit the ruins in front of you. Good boy. Thank you for cremating the deceased demon sect disciples. It's all burned out. How else can I find my master? Forgot to introduce yourself. My name is Dooku. Your predecessor, my name is Su Qi. Since the last retreat, I am preparing to face the great sage of the green python. Hanju practiced penance for another 7 years. Now he has stepped into the 7th floor of the merge realm. Kuan eats and sleeps stupidly every day. Another full lap of fat. The pressed hibiscus trees are about to break. The aura produced by Sun Chang'an is better than before. The nourished gourd vines have all produced earth immortals. Hulu ladder. Xian Fairy uses the aura of penance cultivation to become an immortal mountain. I'm about to step into the gods. At present, everything is developing in the direction that Hanju wants. He opens the system panel. Look at what has happened in the past 7 years. The friends are having such a miserable time. Chang Yuer and Jiodingjinren are often attacked overseas. Zhou Fan Daoxing gradually recovered, started fighting and killing again. Last time back, they practiced penance in Yuqing for 1 year. In the end, I left. Zhou Fan wants to continue to go out to practice. Come back and fry that chicken. Penance and immortality belong to only a few, brazenly plunged into the prosperity and strife of the world. It's their final destination. When I saw what happened to Su Qi, even Han Ju's jaw dropped in shock. The demon sect is completely gone. Suki, you are a teacher and a god forever. Relying only on Fong people can wipe out a top-level sect. The teacher has to provide your photo. Incense every day. You're so much better than my doom-breaking book. Just thinking about it. A cold voice sounded behind him. I am back. I saw Xing Hongshuan's eyebrows tightened. Not at all as happy as every time I come back. How did my wife hang her head? Bullied outside. Xing Hongxian burst into tears instantly. I'm sorry, husband. It's just a mess out there. I didn't bring you any treasures. It doesn't matter what the gift is. Your husband is rich, as long as you come back safely. It doesn't matter what the injuries on your body are. I didn't expect Han Ju to be so gentle. Xing Hongxian blushed instantly. Husband, let's pay more attention to the outside. I don't know where to kill a monster called the Great Sage. He used the pretext of hunting down traitors and rebels. Slaughter the world. You said he wouldn't kill us? Reputedly. The sect master of the phaseless sect realized that the old monster would die at his hands. Even Wuxiangzong couldn't beat him. It seems that the monster is really powerful. Han never dared to say that he realized that he had done the death of the old monster. Han Ju snapped and hugged Xing Hongxian. Daughter-in-law, rest assured. He came to attack the words of the Yuqing sect. If I can't beat him, I'll run with you. Xing Hongxian listened. My heart suddenly felt good. Am I so important in my husband's heart? Of course, the daughter-in-law is the most important. Xing Hongxian couldn't close his mouth happily. Then I'm relieved. Rest assured. You're sure I'm the only one in your life? Is it? Xing Hongxian continued to ask. Of course. Han Ju also replied with an oath. Really, I'll ask again. Of course or not. When I come back, I found that there was an extra cave nearby. It's so much more luxurious than mine. Who do you say the cave belongs to? The groove is not good. There is a murderous aura, and Han Ju's face does not change. It's the Sichuan fairy. I invited him over. It is convenient for him to cultivate. Is it cultivation or double cultivation? Don't say he's my master. Is it okay to have only the love of master and apprentice? Hong Xuandao's eyes couldn't be hidden. Han Ju froze. I can't find the answer in my head. Husband, let me ask you. Audience, sir. Help me. Help. 3 emperors and 5 emperors of morality. Fame Xia Ho Shangzhou. 7 heroes and 5 tyrants make trouble. Don't paddle away if you have a treat. Your top luck is here again. Ladies and gentlemen, audience, can you send it to the next free little flower? The book is picked up again. In the ruins of Wu Xiangzong's ruin walls, 3 figures stood silently. Zhou Fanma took revenge. Xinsher traveled here, sighed at the once powerful Wu Xiangzong. It is difficult to escape the fate of destroying the sect. Look around. On top of the mountain, countless monsters obscured the sky. The picture is extremely stunning. Zhou Fan frowned. Why did the demon soldiers of the great sage grow so fast? In the past, the demon clan had been suppressed by the human race. Now, there is a green python sage. Naturally, this hope came to the wind. The immortal master said calmly, "After leaving Dian, wherever they go, everywhere there are demon soldiers of the green python great sage. It's like a monster in the world. They have all defected to the command of the great sage of the green python." The army of demons in the distance formed a huge circle. It's as if it's looking back at why. It's the green python sage who is going to cross the catastrophe. If he survives the thunderstorm, that is the only powerhouse of the demon clan's tribulation realm. Reach the tribulation realm and ascend to the upper realm. Therefore, there are very few strong people in the world. As for the Deshang monks who can suppress the tribulation realm, that's even rarer. Zhou Fan asked suspiciously, and he could fly up if he crossed the tribulation. Why is there still Deshang? Ordinary monks and yokai. It is not easy to cultivate to the void realm. To be able to achieve the realm of merger is to die 9 times and live. Want to take it to the next level? You have to fight for chance. Lucky to survive the thunderstorm. Achieve the tribulation realm. There's almost no room for improvement. After all, to this realm, chances and resources are no longer of much use. So, most tribulation realm powerhouses will choose to ascend directly. But there are always some atmospheric carriers and Tianjiao in the heaven and earth tribulation. Even if you reach the tribulation realm, he can still continue to cultivate in the mortal world. I have a senior sister. He is the ruler of the world. He was already a Mahayana monk, but it's still improving. There is no option to ascend. Unlike me, although the giant shortcut is only 1 step away. But it's as difficult as a moat. Zhou Fan was also enthusiastic after hearing this. He threatened to be the one who did not ascend to the Mahayana. Don't take revenge. Despise him and say you can beat the walker first. The reckless great sage was ambitious. The human race of 10 weeks and 9 dynasties in the sea. I'm afraid it's about to usher in a catastrophe. Let's go. I'll take you overseas. Don't worry about it. Will something happen to Yi Qingzong? The guards of the 1st Division made a sound. Just shook his head. Yes, and Han, he didn't understand. The matter of the great sage. We have already informed the Changjiao. I hope Brother Han can take care of senior sister Mo and them. Under the monstrous trend, we ourselves are mud bodhisattvas. Let's go, let's talk. The 3 of them turned into a golden light. Disappearing Skyrim. It's 7 years in a flash. Hanju woke up from the retreat again. I just felt like I was shrouded in fog in front of me. My cave is also hazy. However, this is not smog. It's a vigorous aura. Hanju probed to investigate. The source of the aura comes from the heaven and earth grass. The gadget didn't grow much taller, but it has already begun to give birth to Reiki. It is worthy of the grass with the qualification of a god. Spirituality has only been born for a long time. It can give birth to Reiki, and it's much richer than usual, since he can communicate with the aura of heaven and earth. Do you want to pass on some exercises to him? If it is passed on to him, maybe you can become a big battle force for yourself in the future. But what if one day the earth betrays him? You'll have to leave it behind, just in case. Hanju pretended to have lost the grass of the heavens and the earth. In fact, he was marked with 6 marks. Spread the hall. What do you do? The law is good. Hanju's storage ring is full of exercises. It's hard to make a decision for a while. In the end, he chose Yuqingju. This is the authentic practice of Yuqingju. After Jioding Jinren's supplement, now he can cultivate to the glory and void realm. Hanju instructed heaven and earth grass. From now on, read books and practice. In order to cultivate his enthusiasm for learning, Hanju chose to accompany. He also pulled out the Book of Doom. Led by example. Let's learn well together. Every day, the power of the curse travels through the innate cave. Far away under a dark cloud and thunderstorm. It's deafening here. It's like contempt, terrifying thunder. One by one, they draped over the blue scale armor. The 100-foot-long shadow writhed wildly in the thunder. Whip up a gust of wind. It turned out that the great sage of the green python was in the midst of a catastrophe. What can I do with white thunder? This king will accomplish the tribulation today. That's when it happened. He suddenly felt the power of the cursed childish. It makes the sky thunder change suddenly. White lightning turns to purple electricity. Calamity ascends. Damn, the curse lands. The great sage of the green python resisted the continuous ascension of purple electricity. If it is someone else, it has long been gone. With the ultimate blow of the heavenly thunder, the blue python was blown to the bottom of the lake. Whether the great sage succeeded in the catastrophe. Let's see the next breakdown. The blue python, great sage, succeeded in the catastrophe. The fate of the Terrans is about to come to an end. Hanju is a warrior who escaped. Or keep going. Don't take away your top luck. Ladies and gentlemen, sir, can you send it to the next free little flower? The book is picked up again. The green python sage was struck into the lake by purple lightning. I saw a golden bone staff soar out. The great sage of the green python grabbed the bone staff and held it above his head. This magic weapon absorbed thousands of thunderbolts for him. Make the difficulty of the blue python, great sage's tribulation, much less. This king is going to use the magic weapon and the power of the heavenly calamity today. Deduction. Let's see which rat is making trouble. The great sage of the green python calculates its spells. Deduce the way of heaven. Harness the power of the bone staff. Trace the source of the curse. However, the art of deduction failed to resist the power of the curse. A violent explosion occurred in the air. The green python sage spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Damn rats. Why can't it be calculated? Wait for me to survive the catastrophe. I'm going to get you out. The great sage of the green python used the ancient staff. Continue to resist the purple lightning tribulation spiritual power. Collide wildly with the thunder of the hosts. The surface of the lake is full of terrible waves. I only heard the mouth of the green python, great sage chanting, and the thunder was broken. The last force that destroys the world completely enveloped the green python sage. The smoke cleared. The figure of the green python sage reappeared. He finally succeeded, officially stepped into the realm of the catastrophe. A terrible demonic aura ravages the heavens and the earth. Shake the mountains. The great emperor flying eagle demon quickly spread the good news all over the demon monarch. From now on, this king is the real demon saint. Rats in the world, I'm going to give you the most painful torment. Order the demon kings of all parties to ignore the loss. Begin an all-out assault on the Terrans. For the next 6 years, the demon army quickly swept through the states. Invincible, the Terran monks were crushed. The people have been reduced to the demon clan foraging for immortals. Inside the heavenly cave mansion, a golden light burst out. It seems that the master has been promoted again. In the past 6 years, Hanju and his apprentices practiced separately to find Chang'an. Began to miss his apprentice Murong Chi again. I was going to go down the mountain to visit him. Don't go. He's not in the sect now. Sun Chang'an turned his head and saw that Hanju was out of the customs. 6 years. Hanju broke through to nearly 8 layers of the merger. You go down the hill now. Ironclad will be eaten by Yukai. I've done the math. Murong Chi is fine now. With his extraordinary luck, in case of trouble, it will definitely turn the danger into a disaster. In fact, Hanju has already seen the circle of friends. The outside world is completely chaotic. Murong Chi learned about it from the pilgrim disciples. The great sage couldn't help but worry about Murong Chi. Han decided to persuade him to worry about himself first. Your aura is getting stronger now. For Yukai, you are Dawn. Monk flesh, human bones. Grab you, and you may not even have the scum left. Murong Chi had no choice but to give up. He turned his head to look at Kuan Kuan. Our brothers just happened to be able to make a meal of angry chicken. At this time, Kunkin also woke up from his dream. Oh no, master. I dreamed that a dog was eaten by a yukai. He hasn't been back for so long. Is it dead outside? Rest assured, he's not dead yet. But I was beaten every day. Master, I think the green python, great sage, will come over sooner or later. It's better to run away with the genius earth treasure of the Yuqing sect first. At this time, Li Qingzi came to visit. Everybody knows that. Li Qingzi will not be good when he comes. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Could it be that the great sage of the green python has come over? Li Qingzi panted and said not yet. However, Biyuan Prefecture is close to falling. The demon monarch of the green python great sage has exceeded 10 million. The surrounding Shiyuan Prefecture and Jin Prefecture are all in the midst of a bitter battle. I'm afraid it won't be long before we get there. Listen to the report of the disciples of the Chaoyang division. Said that the blue python great sage had broken through the tribulation realm. And it doesn't stop there. The combined realm under his command, the demon king of the Western Jin dynasty, has also exceeded 100. You can still this time. What else? If you want to be tired, I'll just say it. Before Li Qingzi could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Han Ju. After all, there are so many demon kings on the enemy. He himself felt bottomless. Han Ju suddenly reacted. Why hasn't the Terran cultivation realm joined forces yet? What about a community with a shared future for mankind? Li Qingzi reluctantly said that there were 10 weeks and 9 dynasties in the sea. Now, there are no great monks in the tribulation realm, so no one has been able to call the shots. None of them. The Terrans are really weak. 2 years ago, there was a rumor. The great monk of the tribulation realm appeared in the Australopithecus show. As soon as he showed his face, he was beaten half to death by the green python sage. Now the states are terrified. Many sects have been forced to relocate. The green python great sage is worthy of being the strongest in the history of the demon clan. Regardless of the strength or physical defense, the demon race is already stronger than the human race. The strength of the same level is also much higher than that of the Terran monks. So many years, the human race relied on numerical superiority to suppress the demon race. Now the appearance of the demon saint of the tribulation realm. It means that the Terran crowd tactics are no longer useful. As it stands, between heaven and earth, only the powerhouses of the Deshang realm can suppress the reckless great sage. Elder Han doesn't know if you're sure this time. If not, our Yuqing sect has been preparing early. Let's go overseas. Not necessarily. Han Ju's 3 words shocked the audience. Let all the disciples who went out come back. This time, I don't have to run away. I can't deal with him. The sword chi is yellow. The river beads are restored. Everything is fate. Half a day is up to you. Don't take away your top luck. Here comes the audience again. Can you send it to the next free little flower? The book is picked up again. Han Ju asked Li Qingzi to recall the disciples of the sect. We're not running away this time. Kuan, an ordinarian, thought that the master had a way. But Li Qingzi thinks that Han Ju is pulling calves. A great victory against Qing Mang. Let's hurry up and go to Master Zhu. He has also been beaten a lot lately. Go to him. How did Elder Han know that Master Zhu was often beaten? I can figure it out. Besides, can you avoid the goblins of the great sage along the way? That's when it happened. The long-lost system news is here again. Facing the menacing Qing Mang great sage. Li Qingzi, the head of the sect, was afraid. I want 1,000 sects. You have the following options. He agreed to follow the Yuqing sect and escaped. You can get a spiritual treasure. Second, he refused to teach. Chose to stay and wait for the great sage of the green python. You can get a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Li Qingzi pondered for a long time. There's really no way to avoid the goblins. All the forces around the wild goose are fighting hard against the goblins. Everywhere we go, we're going to encounter yukai, even if it is not affiliated with the demon clan of the blue python great sage. We'll also defect. turned to attack us. Nowadays, there's basically no place for peace. Kuan and Chong and also shook their heads. Anyway, you will meet the Demon King wherever you go. It's better to stay and fight. Li Zhangjiao called on all his disciples to stay in the sect. Don't go out. Those who are still outside must hurry back to the sect. I don't want to be overwhelmed by the reckless army. I also have to go out and save people. Li Qingzi said in his heart. Elder Han was really sure. After all, he never fights unprepared. Now, I will go and give the command as you command. Now, I just have to wait here. At that time, the first to kill the attacking green python sage. The rest of the demon kings will naturally be frightened. The other sects in the cultivation realm will be destroyed when they are destroyed. Han Ju didn't care. The only thing that can make him reluctant is Yuqing's sect. As long as the Jade Qingzong is still there. What about the destruction of the Emperor of Heaven? Han Ju didn't want to be a savior. Once stained with menstruation, there must be constant trouble. Moreover, it is impossible for the great sage of the green python to slaughter the human race. Han Ju had encountered more than one Deshang realm cultivator. At this point, the system reward comes. Refused. Choose to stay and get a heavenly Tao spirit stone. I can go to the great name of the heavenly Tao. It's certainly not a mortal thing. Sure enough, it's a delicate brick. Watch as the master pulls out a brick out of thin air. Kuan and Chong and were confused. Could it be that the master wants to use bricks to deal with the Qingmong Great Sage? The heavenly Tao spirit stone contains the power of the heavenly Tao. Merge with the magic weapon. This can make the magic weapon go up a level. It can increase the level of magic weapons. That's a wow, shy thing. Which one should I blend into? The previous curse of the great sage of recklessness didn't seem to have much effect. If you raise a level, you can curse him to death. It's also not very realistic. Let's not talk about how powerful it is. Even if there is a delay in the curse. I don't know right now. He may kill at the gate of Yuqing at any time. Let's increase the lethality first. It's best to be able to kill him in seconds after the reinforcement is completed. Don't block the Hongming Judgment Sword fusion. I didn't know that the system actually sent out an alarm prompt. Hongming judged that the sword could not be upgraded by the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. Please change the magic weapon. What is not even blessed by the power of the heavenly Tao. Hanju couldn't detect this spirit stone with the divine stone just now. Most of it is the effect of the power of the heavenly Tao. But everything that touches the way of heaven is quite extraordinary. The Hongming detective sword is his magic weapon for half his life. Although it can't be played, a power beyond his realm. But it's still unknown how high the launch will be. Hanju deduced from this. Harmony OS should be higher than Android Abu. Hongming should be higher than the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao will be left for the time being. Kuan and Chong and watched Hanju dig it out. Finally put the bricks up. The master can be counted as understanding. Slabs and bricks will not solve the problem. I want to kill the blue python sage in seconds. You'll have to think of something else. Hanju was going to have an epiphany. I don't know if I build it into the long river. Whether the man is still waiting. When Han decided to be a god, after entering the long river of construction, the sky of the 10 weeks and 9 dynasties reappeared in the vision. Purple glow obscured the sky. Even the earth was colored purple. Everybody knows. There are also people who comprehend the ancient way of the sword. Hanju's consciousness had already entered the long river of swordsmanship. I don't know how many steps I can take today. Just about to take a step. A figure suddenly appeared. How are you again? The figure was furious. Hanju was even more speechless. There's something wrong with this. Stay here day and night. Hanju held back his anger. Said humbly, Seniors, I encountered a great enemy of life and death. Can you let me go any further? Just one step, the figure said angrily. You have already realized the Tai supernatural power and sword intent. Who else in the mortal world you can't beat? unless you are too far behind the other party's realm. The younger generation has indeed met an enemy whose realm is far beyond me. Han Yusayit, I wanted to fly behind me to visit my seniors. Thank you, seniors, for mentioning it earlier. Wake up and now may die on the path of cultivation. Unfortunately, the figure was silent. After a while, the figure said slowly, then you can go forward. The choice is yours. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The consequences say, get out of the way. Hanju's consciousness followed. So far, you can only fight against the water. Let's see if we can have a stronger epiphany of the three clearings. The farther you go, the stronger. One step in the foot. Hanju suddenly felt a terrible pressure. It's like carrying hundreds of kun on your back. It almost took him breathless. Is this the power that surpasses Tai? Hanju gritted his teeth and insisted. I can't stop there. Step 2. Hanju's consciousness began to dizzy. Step 3. The figure was silent. Watching Hanju move forward in pain, Hanju was so painful that he became unconscious. It can take 3 steps. No wonder my seniors didn't let me move forward last time. In just 1 step, the soul body was on the verge of collapse. But Hanju was still unwilling. 1 more step. That's just the way it goes. The voice fell. A hand came from the front. A gentle push on his chest. Then he felt the world spin. Consciousness fell from the long river of swordsmanship. Becky will have it next time. I'm not going to save you again. The cold snort of the figure reached Hanju's ears. You are a shortcut to the road. That's how I realized. It's a rarity. I look forward to your future achievements. Go back. Kunkin and Anne looked at Hanju. There was no movement for a long time. The master must be unsure. The voice did not fall. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion. A coercion shone brightly, soared into the sky. The two were stunned. I have never seen such a domineering coercion. Even the heaven and earth grass in the cave house felt the difference. For a moment, an aura of terror permeated, penance into a fairy mountain. Hanju's consciousness then returned to his physical body. He was quick to do it. Stabilize the original spirit. A line of words appeared in front of his eyes. Your Kendo powers. All things in the 3 clears have been promoted. Heaven and earth are grassy. Say trembled and saw that it was Hanju. He couldn't help but speak. Your breath just now is like my last master. Why should the people be in a hurry? Sooner or later, it will have to go to heaven again. But learning from the peach can bear fruit. More than 3,000 years old is not the norm. Don't take away your top luck. Today's top luck has been a full 100 episodes. Thank you for your long-term companionship. Can you send it to the next free floret? The book is picked up again. After Hanju came out of the long river after seeing him, immediately started the mock trial. Fight against Zhuanshishi. It's just 3 more steps forward. Hanju felt that everything in Sanqing had obviously fallen. Raise Hanju's sword with a wave of his fingers. Millions to the sword shadow concentration point to the Shinshu division. There is no need for the simulated opponent to react. Was directly annihilated by Lin Yun's bullet soul. At this time, the system also sends a prompt. The simulated battle is over. It takes 2 seconds. Hanju smiled with satisfaction. It's also a spike. This time, it's noticeably faster. It's also a little more thorough. For the second kill, Green Python big win. He's more confident, although there is confidence. But Hanju still did not dare to underestimate the enemy. Took out the Book of Bad Luck and continued to curse the Python Sage. At this time, he was in the woods not far from Qingzhou. A wounded man passed through the teleportation formation. Embarrassed, he fled to the territory of the Great Smoke. This person is Yang Tiandong. But the dog did not escape with him. Didn't bring back the dog. How should I explain to the master? At this time, a cloud of black mist appeared behind Yang Tiandong. You keep running away. Ever since the success of the crossing, The split soul of the green python, great sage, began to follow Yang Tiandong. No matter where he fled, he couldn't get rid of it. Wherever you flee, the holy saint will catch you. When the time comes, you will be skinned and cramped. Make sashimi piece by piece. I'll let you know what human despair is. After speaking, the black fog dissipated. Yang Tiandong observed the next 4 weeks. It is a familiar feeling. Should I go back to Yukingzong or not? Yang Tiandong is not. For yourself. He was afraid of implicating Hanju. Over the years, he has been in a state of serious injury. No matter where you flee, it's useless. At first, he formed an alliance with more than 300 demon kings. I imagined that we could advance and retreat together to deal with the great sage of the green python. After all, there are still many demon kings. One by one, they were captured by the great sage of the green python. And himself. I don't know if it's the blessing of luck. Every time, you can turn evil into good fortune. Escape the hunt. Yang Tiandong looks back on his years of hard work. It's like a joke. The demon kings of all walks of life are dead. Now return to the Qing sect. Will it bring disaster to the master and them as well? Forget it. This is the only thing I can do for my master. I have no shame to face Jiangdong's fathers. Yang Tiandong was just about to turn around and leave. A familiar voice came to the door. Not back yet. Yang Tiandong is the master. Do you still want to go out and fool around? Could it be that you really want to be the son of the great sage? Yang Tiandong suddenly wanted to cry. Poof, he knelt down. The master knows that he is wrong. Yang Tiandong knows. The master still cares about him. Think back to the beginning. He cried and shouted to get out and break in. At that time, Hanju told him not to go out. He didn't listen. It's good now. I didn't think of coming back until I was dying. You shouldn't have listened to you in the first place. The outside world is terrible. Don't cry and kowtow to the bottom of the mountain for 5 years. Shout 1,000 times a day. You're wrong about this scene. I am being seen by the harpy demon who is chasing. The steel reeds geese. Yuqing sect quickly went back to report to the saint. At this time, I saw a flash of golden light on the mountain of ascetic cultivation. A sword chi pierced. The 2 harpies fought to the point that only scum remained. Enter the Yuqing sect's sphere of influence. Hanju will naturally receive a system prompt. Unexpectedly, the 2 little demons who broke the line were both yuaning. I can fly here. It shows that the army of green pythons is not far from here. It's time to prepare for the big war. The next period of time, Yuqing sect was a busy scene. But Hanju is still a cultivation that should be cultivated here. It's time to be idle. The disciples of the Yuqing sect returned to the sect one after another. Murong Chi also returned. Kuan and Chang'an play fish and shrimp every day. We'll come to look at Yang Tiandong kneeling at the foot of the mountain. Murong Chi hadn't seen it. Yang Tiandong also came over to see the excitement. I saw a person kowtowing under the immortal mountain of the Pennant City. The mouth is repeating over and over again that the vein is wrong. Murong Chi asked Ordinarian, "What a mistake did this junior make? You were punished by the master to kneel here." Ordinarian hurriedly covered his mouth and said nonsense. "He's your uncle." "What uncle, master? But what is the reason for him?" Kuan also looked disdainful. "It seems that the dog should not be much stronger than him." Dongzi. It's been a long time. How about mixing outside? Have you ever met my dog?" Fei Kun asked knowingly. "I just want to knock him down." Yang Tiandong almost couldn't recognize Kunkin's dignified aura. "And the figure. Is it you? Why are you so fat? Even if you are so cultivated, you dare to speak disrespectfully." Zhao Qian, Sun Li, Zhou, Wu Zheng, Wang Feng, Chun, Chu Wei cut high. Dip it in sugar, don't scratch away your top charm. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Can you send it to the next free little flower? The book is picked up again. Yang Tiandong knelt and kowtowed during the day to admit his mistakes. At night, they followed Kuan Kuan to find Chang'an, and they ate, drank, and had fun. Yang Tiandong is looking for Chang'an. Murongqi's cultivation was very surprised. Even the master's apprentices are about to break through to the Yin realm. Yang Tiandong asked suspiciously, "You're just doing penance at the master's point. That's it. Haven't you practiced outside?" Sun Chang'an said that the spiritual power here is far better than the outside. Why go out and take risks? Yang Tiandong was hysterical. What is the point of practicing in other places all these years? As a senior brother, he dragged everyone back. The strength is not increased. Dad recognized a lot. Yang Tiandong, am simply ashamed of my teacher. But it's not for nothing to go out and practice. The dog is now nervous. Little black, little black. When he comes back, he will definitely challenge you. Lift up the dog. Yang Tiandong seems to have regained some self-confidence. Kuan Kuan didn't bother to pay attention to him. Just a contemptuous "oh." Yang Tiandong continued to press Lai, said that we are in the same class. The dog will definitely show mercy. Murongqi was embarrassed. He sent a message to Master Sun Chang'an. Shall we tell him about Ji Ye's cultivation? Looking for Chang'an said, forget it. It's good if he's happy. Don't let him be hurt by stealing his heart. Hanju listened to them chat on the mountain. Only after learning about the chaos Tengu did he turn into a god cultivator. I couldn't help but be speechless. How dare you? One eye because of one god. Plan to attack and kill the blue python sage. No wonder the great sage of the green python was so angry. It is a great insult to be rebelled by ants. That's when it happened. Li Qingzi hurriedly visited. He said eagerly to Elder Han, "Something is wrong. The great sage of the Qing python has already brought the demon monarch into the wild goose. According to the disciple return, his target is your apprentice Yang Tiandong." Yang Tiandong was recommended to Hanju by him. Yang Tiandong also helped Yukingzong establish diplomatic relations with the Diansu Demon King. It's also a great achievement. So, it is impossible to expel him now. This will chill the hearts of the people all over the world. Come on. Have the disciples all returned? Hanju asked nonchalantly. Li Qingzi reassurat Hanjua. The following reasons are hidden. The secret temple has been sealed. I've had the other teleportation entrances destroyed. In the future, we can only advance from Yuqing. Li Qingzi asked cautiously. Then just wait. On you posts. To be honest, I don't know the bottom of my heart. Now that the worst has been prepared, you have also left a way back. Then I'll take a gamble. Li Qingzi asked again. In case you can't beat it, can you get out of it all? Hanju said that I am only 70% sure. Li Qingzi took out a piece. The jade plate was handed to Hanju. This one can quickly teleport to the 10,000 demon realm. If you really can't beat it, hurry up. Other than that, the primordial spirits of our more than 300 elders are all in this brand. Our lives are in your hands. Anjua reassured Li Qingzi. I can't beat it. I'll take you with me. Li Qingzi saw this. I can only hold back the panic in my heart. Say goodbye and leave. Wild geese in the north. Frozen. Countless monsters gathered on the territory of the Demon King. The great sage of the green python who exudes terrifying coercion all over his body. Looking down at the Demon King at his feet. With a hideous smile, you're not convinced. A point plastic Demon King in human form. At the moment, it looks extremely embarrassing. Covered in blood, pieces, but he still stubbornly expressed his dissatisfaction. Holy Lord, you're a fart. The green python sage took out the bone staff, pointing to the head of the Demon King. Since it's so hard-mouthed, say your last words. Woe to the family. I only hope. You have been kind to my 3 beautiful ladies. Spoil them well. Love them, Shuriva. Who doesn't want you to be this thing? Saying that, the green python waved the bone staff and was about to smash it down. There was a loud bang. The green python sage turned out to be crooked this time. I saw the green python, great sage, frowning. Holding his waist, the whole person was uncomfortable and irritable. Damn rats. He is cursing this saint again. The green python sage scolded angrily. The sound is like a bell. Curse the demon king of points. I can't help but think about my own experience. It seems that this guy is also targeted by the fairy god. Then I'll bow my head first. He won't live long anyway. The demon king hurriedly hugged his fists and softened. I am willing to surrender to you. The green python, great sage, snorted coldly. Motioned to his subordinates to let go of the demon king's men. The green python, great sage, waved his right hand. The snow gathers and condenses into a mirror. A human face is reflected in the territory. Ben Saint asks you, you know this, half human, half demon. The demon king can't help but be in power. Isn't this my son, Yang Tiandong? It's not that he offended your son. The snake spear of the green python, great sage, suddenly lost his memory. Through. The great sage of the green python blew up the head of the demon king in one battle. Blood was spilled all over the ground. Frightened, all the yokai trembles. The green python, great sage, smiled coldly. It's Yoshiko again. What a righteous son. The primordial spirit of the Jiansu demon king floated out of the flesh. Exclaimed in horror. The great sage of the green python. What are you doing? I'm ready to surrender. Yang Tiandong offended you, but I didn't assign it. The great sage of the Qing python snorted. He also worships the Holy Father as the Father. Also organized a rebellion of the Demon King. The Demon King was stunned. Is the rebellion script so similar? This saint will not destroy your primordial spirit. From now on, you have nothing to do with Yang Tiandong. Wait for Bensheng to catch Yang Tiandong. You dare to say a word. This holy will make it impossible for you to be reborn. Qing Python Great Sage said with a hideous face. The anger in his heart was rekindled. All the demon kings obey orders. Now kill to Yuqing sect. Not a single one is left alive. Penance becomes immortal. In front of the steel of the mountain, Yang Tiandong was still kowtowing his head. Boom and thunder. Yang Tiandong, who was in a trance, suddenly woke up. He looked up. Rolling clouds swept in. It was a dark cloud caused by demonic energy. He seemed to think of something. His face became frightened, turning his head to look at the horizon. The demonic energy at the end of heaven and earth engulfs the mountains and rivers. It's like an abyss. Thriller horror. Ben Saint thought you were going to run away. Unexpectedly, you will flee to such a small sect to hide. Today, Ben Sheng will eat up all the people here. See where else you can run. It was he who came, the great sage of the green python. The overlord killed himself in Wujiang. Aspiring, Zhou Yu's life is not long. How many fierce generals before the battle? They all died because of the fight. Don't take away your top luck. Ladies and gentlemen, sir, can you send it to the next free little flower? The book is picked up again. The demon monarch of the Qing Mang Great Sage finally killed the territory of the Yuqing sect. Each seal of the Yuqing sect immediately opened the great array of protectors. The demon monarch has not arrived. The demonic spirit comes first. It's like waves surging from all directions, as if to drown the Yuqing sect. The elders were suspended in the air. From their point of view, the 8 directions of heaven and earth are black clouds transformed by demonic energy. Suppressed terror. Li Qingzi asked Xiaoyao why the willow would not be extinguished. Can you defeat the great sage? Li Zhangjiao, you really look up to us? Elder Slayer, what did he say? Cold sweat is breaking out on your father's forehead. Elder God of War said to wait. At this time, Yang Tiandong was rushing up the mountain. The Master Green Python Great Sage is here. You'd better run away. Don't panic. Stay with Kunkin and them. Teleport to the 10,000 demon realm in a moment. Han Ju glanced at him. said softly. The jade plate is kept by Murong-chi. No mistakes. The grass trembled. Master, don't leave me. See heaven and earth grass. Hanju actually smiled at this situation. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Wait a little longer. Hanju looked into the distance. Whispered again. Yang Tiandong looked at Hanju in disbelief. Could it be that Master is already so powerful? Can you be fearless of the reckless sage? He knew that Hanju was not completely sure. It is impossible to be so calm. As everyone knows, Hanju is crazy with a simulated trial. Detection of the territory of the Yuqing sect. However, the Qingming Great Sage was not detected within 100 miles. At this time, the churning demon cloud is nonstop. It's a lot of monsters. One is more hideous than the other. Looking at Yu Qingzong's eyes, it's like looking at a paradise full of food. Even under the constant attacks of the Great Protector Array, a large number of demon lords were constantly killed. But the follow-up demon monarch is still like a flood. Rushed over. Li Qingzi led the elders to resist stubbornly. It's about holding on until the last minute. Evading the car. Suddenly, a voice like a god resounded in Qingzhou. Everyone was shocked. It is the voice of the reckless sage. I saw a huge cloud of divine stone energy. The amount appeared directly within the Great Sect Protector Array. Instantly shatter the Great Protector Array. All the elders and disciples who maintain the Great Array. All shocked. Even Fairy Shishuan showed a look of despair at this moment. Our frontline positions are so vulnerable. I'm afraid we won't be able to go. Although the divine stones are all on Hanju's side, there is still a chance to be resurrected. But the premise is that Han will be able to escape this catastrophe. A swarm of ants. The strongest one has to go up to 9 floors. The great sage of the green python glanced at the Jade Qing sect with the divine stone. Find the hiding place of Yang Tiandong's rebel. The great sage of the green python smiled coldly. Found you. Where are you going to run this time? Count on this kind of small sect to save you. Yang Tiandong was stunned. It was as if waiting for his final fate. You all stand back. Hanju took out the Hongming judgment sword. Pointed to the great sage of the green python. The direction in which the sound of the divine stone came from. The system did not detect him. And his divine stone has discovered our tribulation realm. Sure enough, it was unexpectedly strong. The direction of the divine stone has been locked. Come over and come over again. Hanju was weighing when to make a move. He was caught off guard by wanting to kill the great sage of the green python. At this time, the divine stone that went to the great sage also discovered Hanju. A spiritual treasure helped to enter the 9th layer. What kind of weak chicken sect is this? He is biased towards the black jade chicken again. This chicken's cultivation is good. It's acceptable. Then his gaze fell on the Fuso tree. How can it be? How could such a sacred tree be here? The great sage of the green python was frightened. He remembered that the master had mentioned the tree. If you dedicate this tree to its owner, I might just be able to stay over there. The tree itself is going to be decided. Said that the green python sage showed his true body. The figure seemed to be a fairy standing between heaven and earth. At this moment, everyone in the Yuqing sect could only pray silently. Hanju was able to take their Yuan Shun to break out of the encirclement. Hanju started the 3 Qing affairs. Countless sword shadows are ready to strike. Point to the great sage of the green python. To this moment, time seemed to stand still. Everyone stared at the great sage of the green python tightly. They can't hear anymore. Hanju was still desperately searching for the system, waiting for the green python great sage to enter his detection range. A little closer. A little closer. The green python great sage smiled presumptuously. Let you feel the power of this saint. He leapt to his feet. Violent coercion descended from the sky. The mountains in Yuqing are shaking. In an instant, the system finally came with a prompt. The great sage of the green python crossed the tribulation realm. a layer of demon mentality. The demon saint is finally here. Hanju immediately conducted a mock trial. After an overnight, Hanju slammed out the Hongming Judgment Sword. Sword Chi Torrent. Almost blown everyone away. Hanju's eyes were resolute. Look at the great sage of the Green Python. It all happened overnight. A torrent of sword shadows shot out from Hanju's body. All the swords are pointed at the great sage. The Qingmeng great sage saw the golden light of the penance cultivation into the immortal mountain flash. He immediately cast the celestial mirror armor to bounce back. Countless sword shadows were densely packed. It is like crossing the river through the mountains and the wide, unstoppable. Then until the sword shadow pierced through the armor. With a deafening roar of a lifetime, the sword shines brightly. The Qingmeng Great Sage was directly crushed by the torrent of sword shadows. Even the soul of the belt. Destroy all the forms and gods. Not even a chance to be reincarnated. Everyone was dumbfounded, amazed. Hanju held the Hongming Judgment Sword in his hand. The blade turned, said coldly that it was not over. People with two surnames in the immortal cultivation world must not be provoked. One has the surname Han. One's surname is Zhang. The great sage of Qingmeng was wiped out by a blow surnamed Han. Thousands of demon monarchs were treated to ashes. And the blogger I am surnamed Zhang. Every day is Chui Ding. But I can only honestly type on the keyboard. Audience gentlemen, can you give me a free little flower? The book is picked up again. The great sage of Qingmeng killed the Yuqing sect. The goal is to cultivate into an immortal mountain. However, there was a deafening roar. The black sword light shone in the sky. The great sage of Qingmeng was directly submerged by the torrent of sword shadows. The smoke cleared. The half-cut remnants of the Qingmeng great sage swayed in the wind. The demonic spirit is gone. The demons and monsters collapsed in an instant. How is this possible? Where is the Yuqing sect hidden? How could the great sage of Qingmeng die so quickly? All the yokai were so frightened that they turned around and fled. At this time, I only heard Hanju's voice resounding through the Yuqing sect. Abundant mu sect. Hurt my Terran. I want to leave. With that, Hanju swung the Hongming Judgment Sword downward. Countless markings appear. Yukai all over the sky. The demons only felt that their bodies were hot and unbearable. Everyone in the Yuqing sect was also puzzled. Only Li Qingzi knows. Hanju is going to cut the roots of the grass and trees. Hanju pointed at the sky again. The millions of sword shadows of the three clear things. Shoot in different directions. Go to the ocean of sword chi and constantly condense the sword shadow. The demons were frozen through their bodies one by one. Almost instantaneously. Blood flowers erupted from the horizon in all directions of the Jade Qing sect. It's like fireworks. Spectacular. Without the slight pressure of the Qingmeng Great Sage. The sky full of snowflakes looks so beautiful. At this time, only the demon king of the Yuan, Shun, remained. I didn't dare to move, for fear of being wiped out as a demon king. The demon king looked at the remnants of the Qingmeng Great Sage in a daze. The demon king who crossed the shortcut was so vulnerable. It turned out that the immortal was hiding in the Yuqing sect. No wonder the curse disappeared after going to the Yuqing sect. It seems that the great sage of Qingmeng felt the curse. From the immortal, it's a pity that this guy insists on wreaking havoc. Ended up in the end of life and death. The demon king secretly swore an oath. If he had the opportunity, he would also visit the Yuqing sect. Even if you use that immortal as a mount, it's no problem. At this time, Hanju received a system prompt again. Your first kill shortcut exists. Obtain a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Hanju frowned. Why is this brick again? Kuan Kuan's mental calculation is broken. This is not the first time. The seemingly invincible powerhouse came to the front of the penance cultivation immortal mountain. Was directly killed by Han Ju. Looking for Chang'an, Murongqi also admired Han Ju to the extreme. Especially Murongqi. Han, definitely a little unfamiliar to him. He had always been curious about the cultivation of lions. Today he finally saw it. The whole person is stupid in Yang Tiandong. He knew best how strong the great sage was. He is truly invincible in his heart. It's the great sage. This brought Yang Tiandong endless despair. And the demon, saint of fear, was killed by his master in seconds. Thousands of emotions converged in Yang Tiandong's heart. In the end, it turned into endless guilt. It turned out that the strongest man was always by his side, and he is all over the world in pursuit of ethereal rights. Yang Tiandong smiled bitterly. I didn't even dare to look at Han Ju. When Han Ju passed by Yang Tiandong's side, asked him coldly why he was still standing here. Today's head knock is over. Why don't you go to the foot of the mountain and kneel? From now on, without my consent, you dare to run out again. With the grace of my master and apprentice, I will cut off the righteous life and death. I don't meddle anymore. He turned and knelt down towards Han Ju. After 3 knocks, hurriedly ran down the mountain. At this time, the disciples of the Yuqing sect under the mountain are cleaning up the battlefield. Today's war. The god-slaying elder ascended to the Yuqing sect again. Decorate the altar of the heart. Han Ju walked towards the ancient magic weapon of the great sage. His own tricks failed to destroy him. What the hell is this thing all about? This thing can be a curse on the current misfortune. Presumably, all the goods must be transported in Eritor. Han Ju stepped forward to touch. Carefully poked the stone into it. I didn't know that there was still space in this bone staff. And there is another breath in this space. I saw a human-like split soul sitting quietly in it. That's when it happened. The soul suddenly opened his eyes and shouted angrily. What do you want to do? Shocked, Han Ju's eyelids jumped, and he couldn't pull back the divine stone. Can't keep it. It's better to just extinguish it, in case this remnant soul still has a real body. Maybe it's going to be found by relying on the split soul. Han Ju immediately cast the 6 Western souls. Suck out the remnants within. Then the huge bone staff inside suddenly shrank. Han Ju only felt the feeling of oppression just now. I have seen it in the long river of seeing. At this time, the system sends a prompt again. The absolute monks have hatred for you, for thou hast slain him. Demon pets and split souls left in the mortal world, full of hatred for you. When you ascend, you will be in trouble. The umbrella is advanced to 8 layers of 6-star hatred. Let's talk about calves again. The sword demon slayer, Saint Jade Qingzong, was enshrined as the state religion, the strongest in the world. Han Ju planned to continue hiding. Don't take away your top luck. Ladies and gentlemen, sir, can you send it to the next free little flower? Friends who can't wait can go to the comment area to see one. Look at the book and pick up the swan show of the scattered wonderland. The Taoist developed hatred for Han Ju. But on the day of Han Ju's ascension, he will definitely seek revenge on him. Wait for me to ascend. That means he can't come down to me. Han Ju was startled at first. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Lao Tzu has been waiting for the cultivation that killed you to ascend. What can you do with me then? Han Ju secretly thought proudly. Han Ju thought about it, and this was a blessing. The upper realm is so strong, but it can't go down to the mortal world. Was it negotiated or restricted? So, after the ascension, there is no way back. The problem is after the ascension. Can I still cultivate with peace of mind like I do now? Most of the enemies are in the upper realm. It would be unwise to rush to the top now. Take it off if you can. See what you can do with me then. Xi'an Prefecture also suffered from the ravages of the great sage. But Jun Wujiao escaped by chance. The main thing is recklessness. The great sage has not yet had time to deal with them. Was attracted by Yang Tiandong's attention. The high-ranking members of the Jun martial sect gathered in a large hall. After everyone heard the news of the fall of the great sage, they were all shocked and shocked. Shangguan asked to see the bitter filial piety in a good Yuqing sect. What a showman! Huang Jihao stood beside Shangguan and asked to see him. He has now become a core disciple of the true martial sect. Everyone looked at the official and asked to see him. One of the elders asked. The elder of the straight sect had been to the great Yin Yuqing sect more than before. The Jade Qing sect is really so powerful. Shangguan asked to see him, smiled bitterly, and said that he really didn't hide it. I am the god of war elder who went to challenge the Jade Qing sect. As a result, he was defeated by the opponent's sword. I've always been embarrassed to talk about it. Everyone's jaws dropped. You are the strongest fighting force in the whole sect. That's how outrageous he is. Shangguan Qiujin said lightly, and now it seems. It wasn't a shame to be defeated by the Godslayer Elder. Rather, it is my glory. After all, I survived under his sword. After this incident, the Yuqing sect will be the holy land of the great abyss cultivation realm, even the holy place of the 10 weeks and 9 pilgrimages. Weijin Wujiao have to make friends as soon as possible. The yellow number indicates that the Yuan immediately rushed to Yukingzong. On behalf of Jin Wujiao, on behalf of Shiyuan Prefecture, he thanked Yukingzong. And that's not all. We gotta have a big gift. Shangguan asked to see the housewife, and an elder did not know how to salute. I, Zhen Wujiao, also suffered heavy losses. At this time, I went to the Yuqing sect. How the disciples in the church will perceive us. Shangguan Qiu glared at him. Oh, Equator, wake up. What are you thinking? Yugong Yukingzong, save the world. If we don't go and give thanks, what will the world think of me? You see, from now on, Yuqing sect must be a holy place for the world to look up. If we take one step, there will be other sects going first. Wait for the Yuqing sect to grow stronger. There must be sects and dogs fighting for people. So the sooner you go, the better. His words made the elders wonder what to expect. It is true that this opportunity is not actionable. There are many benefits to befriending the commander of the Yuqing sect. So under the reconsideration of everyone, Jin Wujiao decided to send the Imperial Register. Immediately go to the 9 Dragon sect on the other side of the Yuqing sect. Since being attacked by the Great Sage, the 9 Dragon sect has long been divided. There were even quite a few escapes. Seniors are seniors. Even the Great Sage of Qingmeng was no match for him. Lao Huang looked at the ruins and broken arms. Side or not, I gave the 9 Dragons sect to the Yuqing sect. He's not joking. He really had this idea. Grooming is supposed to be practiced for immortality. The so-called sect is just for inheritance. When the sect is born for rights, what is the difference with mortal gangs? This is the disciple coming. After the hand-picked of the middle elders, 70,000 people of our 9 Dragon sect. There are only 3,000 left. More than 90% of the sect's buildings were damaged. The treasure of calligraphy was looted. Fortunately, the 9 dragons are buried in the institution. I wasn't noticed by the demons and monsters. Lao Huang sighed that the business for many years was gone. It is not an exaggeration to say that there is no 9 Dragon sect in this world. The disciple comforted Lao Huang as long as the root of the secret tradition was still there. The Kowloon sect will surely be able to regain its former glory. Lao Huang reluctantly said that we still have capital. But how many sects are greedy for our secret method? You know that too. Now in this case, what do we take to protect the inheritance? Talking and talking. The emperor's side suddenly flew up. The figure was suspended in the air of the 9 Dragons sect, said in a voice that penetrates the sky. All the disciples and elders of the 9 Dragons sect listened to the order. Everyone must be well aware of the current situation. The disciples of my sect all need shelter. The surrounding forces are looking at Dandin. It must be difficult to rebuild the sect. It is inevitable that unnecessary sacrifices will be made. Rather than being swallowed by them, it's better to find a backer to develop yourself. So I decided. Everyone went to the Yuqing sect together today. With the 9 dragons' true lord as a congratulatory gift, returned to the Yuqing sect. As soon as this statement came out, all the disciples' flax was stunned. Is the sect master crazy? If you don't pass on the secret treasure, how can you give it away casually? Wang Zuantian explained. The 9 dragons sect just existed in a different form. It's better than being slaughtered. Moreover, the Yuqing sect supports the policy of seeking common ground while reserving differences. After our incorporation, we still have the power of Tantra. Xieyin Tianmin is a good example. The disciples talked about it. The blood extension Heavenly Gate is doing well now. Huang Zuantian continued to be a disciple of the Pua sect. Safeguard our heritage with the help of others. When you are strong, you will be out of the Yuqing sect palace. As soon as this remark came out, the wise disciple heard. The sect master is not going to go along. Lao Huang looked at the mountains and rivers in the distance. This time, I'm going to find a higher mountain. Build the hardest county like your predecessors. If the Yuqing sect doesn't accept you, then go to the Elder Slayer. Report the name of Huang Zuantian to him. Elder Slayer, you will understand the meaning. Speaking of which, Huang Zun's heavenly brush disappeared into the sky, leaving a group of disciples of the sect at a loss. See the Demon Slayer. 8 years later, the prestige of the Yuqing sect in the cultivation realm. It's already in full swing. Sunday is bustling. Both the righteous and the demon come to worship. Even the emperor of the Dian dynasty came. The emperor beheaded the god, and the elder tree was passed on. Bow down. Feng Yuqing sect is the second place of belief in the country. The Yuqing sect was officially renamed the Yuqing Holy Sect. One day, Li Qingzi came to visit Hanju. Meet Hanju again. Li Qingzi behaved very restrained. He counted the grand occasion of the sect in recent years. It is now the state religion. There are no 2 venture capitalists. Even the 9 Dragon sect is joining us. I heard that Wei Yuan asked them to come. This makes Hanju very different. Lao Huang, is this going to be rotten? In addition, Li Qingzi has already sent a letter to Master Zhu. It won't be a few years. Master Zhu will return to take up the position of head again. Hanju asked Li Qingzi why this was. Li Qingzi bluntly said that he didn't want to die early. I plan to concentrate on cultivation for himself in the Zheng life. Although Hanju has been in the Yuqing sect for hundreds of years, but there are not many acquaintances. It can even be said that there are only a handful. After the handover of the head of the sect, you can move here to cultivate into the immortal mountain to cultivate. As for the cave, it's up to you wherever you want to open up. Get Hanju's consent. Li Qingzi was extremely happy. After a few more words, he left. Hanju's sincere hope. Li Qingzi can go one more time on the path of cultivation. After Li Qingzi left, Hanju thought. Chang Yuer, who followed Jioding Jinren's departure in several crises over the years. I haven't seen him use the puppet he gave him. Under the same moonlight. Chang Yuer was also thinking about Hanju late at night. Senior brother, are you okay? Audience lord, don't give a girl a strange gift. Especially things like humanoid dolls. Otherwise, you don't know what he's going to do with it. Don't take away your top luck. Audience, don't rush me. Explain that I put it in the comment area. You can go and see it in one go. The book is picked up again. This senior sister who is always like Hanju. Since I went overseas, most of the time I spent cultivating on my own, seldom involved in conflicts within the sect. The heavenly puppet that Hanju handed over to him. It has not been used. Even in distress, he can survive on his own. Of course, not using it during the day does not mean not using it at night. The puppet of the sky pays attention to him. Hanju would occasionally learn about his situation. Senior sister, are you there? Hanju, this is the first time that he has used the puppet of the sky to pass it on. Give it to him. Chang Yuer was excited when she heard his voice. Is that you? So you can talk to me through a puppet. Why didn't you say earlier that there was this feature? I called out to you every day for the first few years. Why don't you answer? You know how much I miss you. Did you have some other reason to forget me? Chang Yuer asked a series of questions. Didn't give Hanju a chance to answer at all. The heavenly golem has limited spiritual power. Running out won't protect you, so use it sparingly. I heard that Hanju has been protecting himself. Chang Yu, and moved a mess. Suddenly he remembered something. Since the puppet can perceive itself, isn't that being looked upon by my junior brother every day? Senior brother Tinya, are you watching the world every day? Isn't my little fat discovered by you? Hanju said speechlessly. That's not how the puppet's spiritual power is used. There will only be a reaction when it detects that you are in danger. I haven't finished speaking with Hanju yet. Chang Yuer continued to blow herself up. The things I do to the puppets every day. Haven't you sensed it? Chang Yuer was embarrassed to die on the spot. What the hell are those things? Hanju on the other side looked confused. Chang Yuer was embarrassed and picking at her feet. Room 3 listens. Hanju hurriedly told him. The owner will return to the sect in a few years. He advised Chang Yuer. When the time comes, he will come back with the owner. After speaking, Hanju went offline. Chang Yuer said that she would never be that junior brother again. You're talking. Let Chang Yuer call. Hanju just didn't respond anymore. Only the puppet's small eyes, still looking at him with a squint. Chang Yuer pursed her lips and snorted. Stinking junior brother. I don't want to say that I care. It's okay to be so cold. It is estimated that Qin Hongxian is often snubbed by his junior brother. When I get back, don't try to escape from my palm. Chang Yuer thought of the wonders. Smile even brighter. Just when Chang Yuer was self-absorbed, a magnetic voice came from outside the cave. Sister Yuer, there is a great opportunity. As soon as I heard this voice, Chang Yuer immediately retracted his smile. Sister, are you at home? Recently, there has been a powerful sermon on the Red Dragon Immortal Island. I have an invitation to enter the island. Chang Yuer said faintly, do you want to go? I can take you in. I saw the man shaking his fan proudly. Is obviously an immortal cultivator, but he is dressed as a scholar. The opportunity that comes to mind is hard to come by. There may be a windfall. Chang Yu said coldly, thank you for your kindness. I'm not going. Recently, I have realized my practice. I got to get to the bottom of it. Seeing Chang Yu and unable to go, men can only be sexually separated. Said to meet a good baby on the Red Dragon Immortal Island. I must bring it back, junior sister. Chang Yuer glanced at him, and there was no need to trouble senior brother. I just want to concentrate on cultivating. Baby doesn't need anything. After that, Chang Yuer turned his head and went back to the cave. This licking dog is always licking the dog. I don't understand the words of the goddess at all. Senior brother left first. I'll see you next time. Chang Yuer secretly scolded the other party for not knowing what to do. I don't practice, well, every day. Always come to pester yourself. Wait for you next time back. I've gone back. I'm looking for my handsome little brother. As he spoke, he pounced on the cold puppet again. Said that he wanted a little junior brother. Senior sister will be able to go back and practice with you soon. I don't know your whole all these years. Is the aura of the house enough? Wait for my sister to go back. I'll be sure to give you a good arrangement. Somewhere in the dark cavern at this time, several figures sat together. An old man in black robe spoke. The great sage of Qing Mang is dead. How to look at this matter? It is said that he died in Dian. A sect called the Yuqing sect. It is the Yuqing holy sect that is now in full swing. A figure was slightly upright. It seems to know the Yuqing sect. The great sage is my master's favorite. Let him slaughter the Terrans of the 10th week and 9th dynasty. It's also a ploy of our waiting. This revenge will be renewed. In addition, in the 10 weeks, although the human race of the 9 dynasties suffered countless casualties, but the Terrans have not yet completely disintegrated. We'll have to find another way. A dark shadow said in a voice. I can't tell if he's a human or a ghost. A burly bald man next to him sneered. He was covered in scars. It's like crawling with centipedes. The spirit is terrifying. The great sage is too arrogant. Relying on the magic weapon of the Swan Taoist. I really thought I was invincible in the world. It's okay to rely on the demon clan alone. If you want to defeat the Terrans, you still have to rely on the Terrans to cultivate the true ring. I propose to support the Terran demon cultivator. Contribute to Terran infighting. A white-haired woman nodded in agreement. She was dressed in red. Pale complexion, more like a female ghost. The smile is cold and evil. He turned to the other and said, Demon Lord. What do you think? The Demon Lord nodded and said, I have no opinion. But a word of caution. I went to Hades before. The demons were waiting a little impatiently. Hearing this, the other 4 people are all one positive. The Demon Lord continued. In order to complete the demon revival task as scheduled, you must know exactly what the fate will be. In this way, leave the knowledge of the Yuqing sect to me. I'll leave the rest to you. The black-robed old man said Yuqing. The bottom of Zhong's mysterious modification is so detailed that he can find out if it is not conducive to our plans. The Demon Lord tried to kill him as much as he could. Xian Qin Jun nodded expressionlessly. Hanju, we're finally going to meet. Hanju's retreat finally reached the 9th level of integration. The wife of the National Army suddenly arrived. Why? Exactly. Don't take away your top luck. Audience gentlemen, can you send a few more free flowers? The comic book author is updated every Sunday. If you can't wait, you can take a look at the comment area. There is no time for cultivation. 10 years in the mortal world. Another 5 years have passed. Hanju finally broke through to nearly 9 layers of merging. He was unusually excited, just because the shortcut is right in front of you. To celebrate, he habitually took out the Book of Bad Luck. Suzaku Ingos, learn the way of the eye. The rain and dew are all wet, and none of them can be missing. After that big war, Han decided to think twice. Ultimately, or temporarily integrate the heavenly Tao into the Book of Doom. Jazz Treasure. The Book of Doom spanned 2 episodes in a row and was promoted to a Tai-level spiritual treasure. Hanju cursed a few people while checking your email. Your god pet, the Chaos Tengu, has been attacked by a demon beast. Your friend Zhou Fan is attacked by a demon cultivator. Your friend Mo Revenge is attacked by a demon cultivator. Your friend Zhou Fan was seriously injured and his life hung by a thread. Your enemies are not ghosts because of your curse. The thief's heart is damaged. Encounter the new demon Dao General. Your apprentice, Suki, is attacked by the Demon King. Deeply injured. Your apprentice Suki spreads bad luck. The Demon King was tragically killed by the Overhaul Room. Your Tao travels to the Ascendant Fortune. Enter the cave Blessed Land. Hanju was broken. Montauk Gosta General. Wonderful, wonderful. It's a pity that Suzaku and the Swan Taoist have not yet been born. Anjua noticia Shinunjuan's dynamics. More than 10 years ago, Hanju set Xinghongxian as his Taoist brigade. Xinghongxuan's favorability has reached 6 stars. More substantial relationship with him. It can be directly set as a road brigade. As for the ink beads, Hanju has not yet been established as a Taoist brigade. Xinghongxian often offered him treasures. Wuju would occasionally cause him trouble. In Hanju's heart, naturally, Xinghongxian is more important. It must have been infected by the abandonment of pregnancy by my descendants of the first emperor. Luck is really top. Hanju thought silently. At the same time, I began to look forward to Xinghongxian. What treasures will be brought to him? Hey, I'm not a soft rice eater. Hanju asked about the Heaven and Earth Grass retreat for several years. Something happened. Heaven and Earth Grass said that the rising sect came to you this morning. Today is Changjiao's 900th birthday. I want you to go to Inner Mongolia. At the birthday banquet, he preached to the disciples of the sect. I'm guessing you don't want to go. So I just refused. After speaking, The grass-lined girl of heaven and earth smiled. Hanju smiled and praised well done. I really don't want to go out and show my face, but it's really bad to refuse outright. I'll take you around the inner door. By the way, I would like to bless the Changjiao in private. Hanju walked out of the cave. It was found that Kuan had left a note on the earth fairy gourd vine. This group of unfilial descendants actually left Hanju and ran to eat first. At this time, Kunkin and others have come to the market in Inner Mongolia. Visit a store called Kentaki. Hanju seems to have mentioned it before. Soon after, Hanju took the heaven and earth grass. I also leisurely walked around the market. It's a bustling place. There are many disciples. Hanju also calculated. Will you meet a few more talented newcomers? Just as I was thinking about it, a prompt suddenly came from the system. Hanju thought that he had found the Forerunner again. This hint made him gasp. Xian Qinjun de Shang entered the 8th floor, ranked as the Demon Lord. Tiandico is still excitedly watching all kinds of excitement. But Hanju was not happy at all. The female devil was watching him from the tea house. You can't hide. Hanju planned to meet him in the past. Hanju wondered why he came, and not in mortal form. Could it be that he found out about me and Xinhongxian? I've been doing a good job of secrecy. It's out. How can I be so humble on the 9th floor of my body and mirror? Not much. Hanju walked into the tea house where Xian Qinjun was. The Demon Lord's wife came from afar. There are poems that are far away. Tianqing Jun was silent. Han was determined not to say well. This girl is not in a beautiful mood. The face of the town girl is still the same as before. It's not pretty, but it's not ugly either. The summary is ordinary, but temperamental. It's definitely impossible to hide it now. After all, Master Xian also knew that he was an elder of the God Slayer. Maybe the Xianqin army has already passed the Qi. Half a day passed. Xian Qinjun still didn't say a word. Hanju's heart was furious. Is he waiting for me to confess himself? He kept watching me. Could it be that I still have Xing Hongshuan's breath on me? It shouldn't be. Xing Hongxian cleaned up very clean every time. Suddenly, Xian Qinjun opened his mouth. Some time ago, you didn't finish your words. Hanju immediately interrupted him, rather than passively let him break through. It's better for me to take the initiative to confess. Miss Xian, listen to my quibbles. Things are not what you think. The Pre-Qin army also suddenly released a microcharge, and there is no need to explain. What is done is what is done. He really deserves to be the man I fancied. How dare you do it? Hanju almost cried in fright. Wife, I was wrong. If you want to kill, you have to listen to the deceased. But I haven't finished explaining to Hanju yet. Xian Qinjun interrupted his green Mang. If you kill, you kill. With me, no one can do anything to you. Hanju broke out in a cold sweat. You're referring to the matter of the great sage. Hanju almost reported himself clean. Xian Qinjun took a sip of tea suspiciously. Is there anything else I don't know? Hanju hurriedly diverted the topic. Gone. I can do this with this little cultivation. What is the reason why Miss Xian came here this time? Xian Qinjun said coldly that I am here for. The Qingmeng great sage took revenge, but since you killed it. That's it. If someone asks about it in the future, you can't admit that you did it. As for the real murderer, I should have killed him. Did you hear me clearly? It is difficult that there are also comrades behind that green Mang. Hanju asked, this demon does have a big background. But you don't have to worry about me stopping that guy. You can cultivate with peace of mind. Xian Qinjun said, while stroking Hanju's face. Hanju secretly scolded in his heart. The stunner really still has connections in the mortal world. The demon lord who can instruct the Shang Jing to take action in person. This man is not simple. Xian Qinjun waved a small hand, and several bottles of pills appeared on the table. These are all pills that are suitable for shortcut cultivation. You can use it. Suen Qin Yun King Filier Piety. Hanju smiled and said that it was no longer needed. Xian Qinjun wondered if so much was not enough. Han Jun scratched his chin. Actually, I've already entered the 9th floor together. The pre-Qin army was shocked. You're too fast as my man. The two continued to reminisce in the tea house. But the rebels continued to cause trouble outside. The 1,000-year-old brand is willing to strike. Because he caught a huge fat coin. The good end just collapsed like this. It's just because he believes in the creed of Beilong's quiet cultivation. Letters. Finally, the dog broke through the tribulation realm. Desheng told him partingly, heaven and earth will be separated. Why did the son of heaven and earth suddenly appear at this time? Don't take away your top luck. Friends who can't wait can go to the common area to see the hand. The book is picked up again. Hanju confessed to Xian Qingjun. I just arrived at the 9th floor of the fitting mirror. Only with the strength of the 8 layers of the combined mirror can kill the green horse of the shortcut. Xian Qingjun's voice was cold. Hanju thought he didn't believe it. Hastened to explain that this was indeed the case. I know it's hard to believe. In an instant, the system sent a prompt to you. Truth Xian Qingjun's favorability towards you has increased. The current opinion rating is 5 stars. Xian Qingjun finally smiled. Zai Zai said in surprise, I didn't expect you to be a rare Tianzong in 10,000 years. The equipment is very good. It's more suitable for my Taoist journey. Xian Qingjun said and dragged Hanju over. Hanju's heart tightened. What was this girl going to do? I saw Xian Qingjun licking his mouth. Hanju suddenly felt bad. Because of this expression, he often saw it in Xing Hongxian, who knew that Hanju had just been mentally prepared. However, the Xianqin army stopped the attack. It seems a little early now. I'm afraid I'll spoil you. You can continue to cultivate well. I'll wait for you to maturity slowly. Hanju's heart was galloping. What does maturity mean? Do you think I am ginseng fruit? Sister Hanju opened her clothes and pulled them out. I have something for you. The first Qin army put his head in vain. It's boring to just look at it and not eat it. I'll go first. Hanju took out a long time. Finally took out the green magic weapon. So you're talking about the Golden Horde. This treasure is truly extraordinary. I just took it back to convince those guys. The real culprit is dead. Heaven and earth are about to change dramatically. You have a good life and cultivation. You are my Taoist. Even if it destroys the world, I'll take care of you too, Xian Qingjun said as he walked to the window and prepared to leave. Hanju hurriedly stopped him. What is the situation of the great changes in heaven and earth? And who wants to avenge Qing Meng? Xian Qingjun stopped. Used for light skimming him. To put it mildly, the cause and effect involved are too great. Do not suffocate. For the name of the avenger, it is called Luo Qiu Demon. Then he disappeared in front of the windowsill. Hanju used a simulated trial test. It was found that he was no longer within 100 miles radius of the Yuqing sect. This slipped away so fast. Returned to the Xiantian cave mansion. He directly took out the Book of Doom. Left the position of the Midnight Finger for Luo Qiu Demon Dan. 3 years later, Hanju raised the cultivation to the 9th layer of the river diameter. Preparation for the great perfection. Breakthrough institutional shortcuts. He found a cave house halfway up the mountain. Li Qingzi just moved over. Is there any place nearby that is suitable for a crossing? It's best if no one is disturbing within 100 miles. The Baron asked straight to the point. According to the records of the 6 realms of reincarnation, the tribulation of the tribulation realm, the duration is several times longer than that of the merge realm. The power is also several times over. This time if you still go to the Bend world, maybe it's going to be ruined. He had to find a safe place to survive. Li Qingzi thought about it and said, there is a place. It rains all year round. There are a lot of poisonous insects and monsters, and they rarely go. Li Qingzi pointed to a plain to the east. You can spend it there. I'll take you there. The two of them quickly left the penance and cultivated into the immortal mountain. Under the hibiscus tree, Murong Qi asked in surprise, how did Shizu and Changjiao get out? Kun snorted. It's definitely going to break through. The masters break through speed in the high realm. They're all faster than you in the lower realms. Are you embarrassed? Murong Chi pursed his lips and didn't dare to answer. Yang Tiandong was unconvinced. Sorry to say us. You don't have a breakthrough. Kun Kun Xiao Tit. Suck is also higher than you. So what? The breakthrough is slow, and no matter how slow the breakthrough is, it is higher than your realm. Yang Tiandong was going to be angry, pounding Kunkin's stomach like crazy. The master's chickens and dogs are too badly beaten. However, Kuin enjoyed this kind of gua sha very much. Half a day later, Hanju and Li Qingzi came to a gloomy place. Humid plains. You go back first. It will take time for me to cross the catastrophe. Li Qingzi asked, don't you need me to protect the Dharma for you? You can stop enemies that can interfere with my crossing. It makes sense. Leave. With Hanju's spiritual treasure and his own strength, it is almost impossible to die in the tribulation, unless someone takes the opportunity to sneak up on him. 3 hours later, the catastrophe is coming. The heavenly thunder that had crossed the catastrophe really had a different reaction. The entire plain was covered in thunderstorms. Hanju was not worried about this scene at all. Merely, he forgot to take off his Yuqing sect robes. This house is not able to withstand the catastrophe. Warned for hundreds of years. Viewers also watch more than 100 episodes. It's a shame that it's broken like this. As he spoke, the sky thundered. The uniform instantly turned to dust. The golden cicada Shinshin clothes are transparent. So, Hanju could only cross the catastrophe coolly and frankly. In this way, the catastrophe bombarded indiscriminately for a month. A month later, Hanju's robbery was successful. Step into the realm of apocalypse. You will be prompted to have the following options. The first is to prepare to ascend to the 3 realms. You can get a spiritual treasure. A piece of heavenly Tao spirit stone is to continue cultivating. Sprint colonoscopy. You can get a spiritual treasure and a magical inheritance. Can I choose new clothes? I don't want to just fly back. Penance into a shortcut to the fairy mountain. Although it is possible to soar. But now is not the time. Suzaku and the hidden monks. Those 2 guys are still squatting in the sky. Now the ascension is pure and long-lasting. Hanju silently chose to continue cultivating. No ascension for the time being. You choose to continue cultivating and sprinting to the Deshang realm. Obtain a spiritual treasure and inherit a supernatural power. Congratulations on obtaining the Tai Lingbao purple gold soft inner armor. Congratulations on your mastery of the divine show. The purple gold soft inner armor is a Tai level 8th grade defensive spirit treasure. Stretch and stretch. Extremely defensive. The show is based on a show. It can store all things in heaven and earth, yin and yang. At this time, the system also informed him of the method of non-life. Attract the way of heaven with your own luck. The way of heaven helps him to transcend the mortal world. Ascension to the upper realm. The law of reincarnation is to use the power of reincarnation to attract the way of heaven. Hanju could not only go to the upper realm, you can also go to the new year and others. Inevitably, it should be with the reincarnation sword he chose before. The road to immortals. It doesn't matter which one it is. Hanju didn't want to go for the time being. The head of the chicken is cooler than the tail of the phoenix. It was not easy to reach the first-class level at that time. As a result, he jumped to the upper realm as a stepping stone. It is impossible for sure Hanju Duan to be like this. He has a long life to live anyway. Think of longevity. Hanju called up his property panel to view. 109,000 years of life. Hanju was seriously skeptical. This is the credit of the 6 realms of reincarnation. He hadn't heard of a modification that could live for 100,000 years. It's so outrageous to get rich and survive the catastrophe. And other breakthroughs, life expectancy has increased dramatically. Hanju shook his spirits. Begin to concentrate on consolidating your cultivation. 7 days later, Hanju's cultivation was completely stable. It has become a real tribulation realm decoration. Lift your eyes up. The plains were scorched black by thunderous meadows. There are potholes everywhere. English is not in mind either. The apocalypse has not only changed the landscape, it also changes the climate here. That's when it happened. Hanyu suddenly sensed vitality. Crossing the shortcut below. How can there be a living creature who can bear Lei Jie's wish? Hanju immediately searched with the divine stone. Soon he captures a girl. The man was not injured. Even the surrounding flowers and trees did not suffer. This person must not be simple. Hanju flashed in front of this person. The girl was so frightened that she lost her face. What is your intention in stopping at the place where I am dooming? Was frightened by Hanju. The girl cried with pear blossoms and rain. This person tries Qi meditation for. The tribulation had no effect on him. Suddenly, a prompt came from the system. Detects if the preemptive transporter is looking at their origins. Sure enough, he was not mortal. Hanju looks at the system panel. The gold SS2 card catches your eye. The square beam has 3 layers of air diameter. The son of heaven and earth was born with the luck of heaven and earth. Sheltered by the luck of heaven and earth. Because the luck is too large. The body and soul cannot carry it. Once the breakthrough reaches the Jinan path, heaven and earth luck will appear. Since then, it has soared into the sky. Overwhelming. Son of heaven and earth. He next to the female character. You type the typo in the system. Such a cute girl, you say it's a man. Could it be that he is a women's clothing boss? The son of heaven and earth worshipped into the mountain of penance. The cold is full of air carriers. The lineup is luxurious. Don't take away your top luck. Please don't rush the audience. The comic book author updates an episode every weekend. I really can't help it. If you can't wait, please go to the comment area to take a look. You can see it in one go. The book is picked up again. Hanju received a system prompt. The son of heaven and earth came to the Yuqing sect. Seeing Hanju, who suddenly arrived. Straight shiver under the coolness. The juniors have no intention of disturbing the seniors. The junior apologizes to you. Hanju was speechless. This is the child of heaven and earth. It's too soft. Hanju said expressionlessly, your cultivation is so weak. Why are you here? Fong Liang said in fear. Tell the truth. The younger generation is a dispersion. Don't want to lose into the Yuqing holy sect just passing by here. Han was determined to say that this person's popularity was indeed against the sky. Trapped in the apocalypse for so long, it's like nothing. But this character, how can he be worthy of his status as a son of heaven and earth? Forget it, let's get married. Hanju threw out a god-slaying token. Throw it in front of the square beam. I saw the word God. Fong Liang was taken aback. Isn't this the legendary Yuqing holy sect shop? God elders. Meeting is fate. When you enter the Yuqing holy sect, you can take out this spirit. Fong Liang just wanted to kneel down and worship the god-slashing elder. Hanju dropped these words and disappeared in place. Although he is the son of heaven and earth, Hanju didn't pay much attention to it either, waiting for square beams to run rampant all over the world. Hanju may have already become an immortal. Just returned to Dongfu. A line of words appeared in front of Hanju's eyes. Fong Liang has a crush on you. The current opinion rating is 4 stars. Man, at the end of the day, the strong get a point for no reason. It's always easy to have worship. Isohon yu kumbak. Heaven and earth grass is excited. You're finally back, host. I haven't heard from you in a long time. I'm scared to death. Hanju has been gone for so long. He feared that he had been abandoned. How have you been practicing lately? This kind of grass has reached the cultivation level of nearly 8 layers of refining weapons. Talent is indeed a bit strong. Jitsao replied that it was at the time of cultivation. He always has some spiritual memories. It seems to be an exercise. Hanju had no surprises. After all, heaven and earth grass once followed the immortal god to enlightenment. But there are too many memory lapses. Just remember a little. A speck of dust can be reclaimed from the sea. A fairy grass can cut stars. Master, you say, this? Could it be a hint that I'm on the path of construction? 9 times out of 10 is possible. You can cultivate with peace of mind. If there's anything wrong, feel free to let me know. Tyandiko nodded happily. Nice hosts. Since the death of the great sage, the world is admired. The incense of the Yuqing holy sect is flourishing. I want to worship the decoration of the sect. From Queen's Road East to Queen's Road West. And Fong Liang had already come to the Yuqing holy sect at this time. Seeing so many people, Fong Liang was a little confused. For a while, he didn't know where to find the God Slayer elder. Fortunately, Yuqing Xingzong has set up an admissions office. Fong Liang is only promised. No stepped forward to inquire about the whereabouts of the slashing God elder. It was Guan Yu Gang who received him. All these years, he had seen too many people under the banner of slaying the God elders. Is he an old man that you can worship as you wish? Hurry to the back of the line. Who knew that this was Fong Liang who took out the God-slaying token? Needless to say, Guan Yu Gang moved Fong Liang in an instant. Penance into a fairy mountain. After all, this is a sign flipped by the God of War Elder No. It is a sign issued by the God of War Elder. Elder Han has a good eye. Guan Yu Gang took his leave. Hanju didn't bother to take care of him. Liang Tiandong flashed to Fong Liang's side in an instant. This little sister doesn't know what to call her. Fong Liang was amused by his dead appearance. My name is Fong Liang. Boxy Square. Excellent beams. Hanju is a century-old straight man. All the people who watched it stayed. My fair lady and gentlemen. The girl looks like a spring breeze. It's soothing. Unexpectedly, Hanju passed by and shook a sentence in front of the 4 of them. He is male. The 4 of them were petrified in an instant. Is it too late for the master to drive him away now? We don't need men anymore. Hanju asked for Chang'an. Do you still want to take an apprentices? As soon as this statement came out, young Tiandong Black J.G. Murong Chi was taken aback. Sun Chang'an also hesitated to ask the master if he still wanted me to accept apprentices. That's right. As a teacher, you have to continue to cultivate. But Chang'an, you're different. Your physique is equivalent to passive practice. Even if you don't cultivate, you can always improve yourself. You are the best choice to treat people, and it won't delay your practice. Yang Tiandong was unconvinced and yelled at Sun Chang'an. Murong Chi's cultivation has caught up with you. Are you afraid of losing face and not daring to accept it? Master, why don't you look at it like this? How about the dead fat man who doesn't take me to collect it? Hanju waited for a glance at him. I didn't say angrily that I would collect it for you. I'm afraid I'm going to send it to other demon kings as grandsons. Yang Tiandong was suddenly deflated. He bowed his head in shame. Hanju called Fong Liang over. Fong Liang thought that Hanju wanted to accept him. Excited? No. Murong Chi said disdainfully. You can only be my junior brother and disciple by you. Yang Tiandong hurriedly introduced. Don't look at this fat man. He looks old and ugly. He is your master. Fong Liang was a little lost. After all, the master he believed in his heart was Elder Zhanshan. Hanju said with your current cultivation, if in doubt, anyone present can easily answer the question. In the future, you will be able to improve your cultivation. When they can't answer their questions, I will teach you personally. In my place, there is no difference between master and apprentice. Fong Liang was relieved at this time, immediately knelt down to find Chang'an and called out to the master. Hanju looked at the lively 5 people. I couldn't help but sigh. The eldest apprentice Yang Tiandong. Demon Saint bloodline. Second apprentice Suki. The reincarnation of the heavenly broom star. 3 apprentices looking for Chang'an. The reincarnation of the primeval spirit body of the upper realm. The great apprentice, Sun Murongqi. The reincarnation of the god of war. Honorific name Miaojin, god emperor. The second apprentice, Sun Fangliang. Son of heaven and earth. Black Jade G. Last session. The reincarnation of the demon saint. The main body is a black jade phoenix. Chaos Tengu, or a divine beast. There is also a heaven and earth grass that can become a fairy god. Cow, cow, cow. Full of air carriers. The All-Star Championship is just around the corner. Otherwise, when they develop, I'll be on the rise. Or let them ascend first, and then support me. Wait for them to practice until they ascend. I'm afraid I don't know how long it will be in the future. Hanju shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. Let's continue practicing. Han is definitely looking for Chang'an. Tell Dao Yu Qing to teach him. Jean Dan did not allow him to go down the mountain in front of the mirror. It's been a few years. Jiuding Jinren returned with a group of disciples. Officially retook charge of the Yuqing holy sect. A girl who accompanied her. It made the disciples of the sect excited. Chang Yuer's return. It caused quite a stir in the Yuqing holy sect. The first thing he came back to. It's to find your own master. You can look left and right. Chang Yuer didn't notice it either. Sichuan Fairy came to greet Jiuding Jinren. Li Chang taught me why my master wasn't here. Li Qingzi said, the Sichuan Fairy is in retreat at Elder Han's cave mansion. Chang Yuer was instantly stunned. Fairy Sichuan is in retreat in Elder Han's cave mansion. Chang Yuer's heart is finished. I didn't even miss the master. Chang Yuer fulfilled her long-cherished wish and moved to the immortal mountain. Suki set out on the way home, but was taken away by Luo Chio Capricorn. Don't take away your top luck. This update is finished. Please forgive me. In order to further optimize the update speed, after the person, the continuation will be updated in the form of AI tweets. The comic Zhougung remains the same. At the same time, a separate collection will be set up to advance the progress of the plot. Please stay tuned. If you can't wait, you can go to the comment area first. You can see it in one breath with your little hands. The book is picked up again, long then, and found 1,000 calculations. I missed the master. Think about it carefully. Hanju was very indifferent to everyone. Only to the West Xian immortal. He often shows a smiley face. Now the two live so close. Then the two of them are not near the water? Hit it off. Hook your shoulders and carry you and me. The more I thought about it, the more panicked I became. He hurriedly asked the chief teacher to inquire about the situation. I want to know when his master is. Moved to Hanju. Li Changjiao said that it was a long time ago, but he was just about to move something. If Chang Yuer can't find him, she can lead the way. I learned that Changjiao also moved to the ascetic immortal mountain. He breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that his master was the same as Changjiao. It is there to cultivate through spiritual energy. Chang Yue and Xian said that he thought too much. Senior disciples are not such easily emotional. The relationship between the mentor and the elder teacher is very good. It also makes sense to echo each other. But it seems to be a bigger problem. Chang Yuer immediately went to the ascetic cultivation immortal mountain. Hanju opened the mountain protection array. Put Chang Yuer into the cave. I haven't seen my brother for a long time. Chang Yuer taught excitedly. And you glensed as Shang Yu's cultivation. Away for so long. Chang Yuer's cultivation has improved very quickly. It is already nearly 9 layers of fine singles. It's still a bit slow, though. Long Joel said, the advanced speed is naturally not as good as that of the junior brother. He now has a mind to discuss cultivation. Immediately ask Hanju about the Sichuan Fairy. Chang Yuer asked seriously. The master cleared the Korean language and intersected. How did the junior brother fool the master? It was his old man who volunteered. Or what happened to your old man? Anyulukid helpless. Women will be trapped by these things after all. After some old justifications, it took the long parenting to dispel the doubts. Elder parenting talks about the experience over the years. Anyulistened karefulle. By the way, I learned about overseas. The elder parenting said that Han Ju's choice of penance was correct. The overseas sect where Jioding is located is not harmonious. Hundreds of the accompanying disciples of the Yuqing holy sect died. At the beginning, the so-called opportunity was even more impossible. Long appointments and thanks to a full day of retreat. Only then did he survive to return. Han Ju secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he didn't leave with Jioding. In that case, there will be a lot of trouble. The cultivation is definitely not as high as it is now. The two chatted for a long time, until Li Changjiao came to visit. Inform Han Ju that there will be a banquet in the gluttonous building today. Give Jioding real people to pick up the wind. He came to ask Han Ju if he could appreciate the face order. Han Ju didn't want to talk to Chang Yuer anymore. I planned to go with the elder sect. Han Ju told Chang Yuer not to go to the wind again. Now that the masters have moved over. Then senior sister, you can move here too. It just so happens that there is a lot of aura here. Intentional practice. And I can also take care of the master, by the way. Chang Yuer happily agreed to him. Unexpectedly, Han Ju was willing to let him move over. Immediately felt like I was in Han Ju. The status of the heart is different. I don't know if Han Ju thinks too much. Chang Yuer chose the cave mansion in Sichuan Ferry. Xinghangshian. There is not much difference between the two. Under dusk. Mountain trails. Su rode forward with his sword. The look is vicissitudes. Dusty. He was heading towards the geese. For some reason, the return journey is more dangerous than the afterlife. I've encountered a lot of demon cultivators lately. All of them are extremely vicious. Su Chi couldn't help but use his afterglow. Leaned towards the old man walking on the top of the mountain next to him. This person is Du Fu. It was he who had encountered it in the ruins of the Jade Demon Sect before. Crossing the Golden Dan. Grooming the suffering. Along the way, he helped Su Chi kill a lot of demon cultivators. The demon sect was destroyed. I always feel sorry for the hardships. If you can't understand your wishes, he will not be born in this way. Woe to the heart. So he followed Suzy all the way. I want to take Suki as an apprentice. But Suki already has a master. How can you worship him again? Du Fu will not rely on cultivation to force the younger generation. So he also dared to joke with Du Fu. The two now bicker as often as rivals. Stop, Du Fu. Suddenly he said. Su Chi shuddered. Du Fu dodged in front of Su Chi. Said with a gloomy face. You've been staring at me. What tours are trying to do? Suki took advantage of the situation. A dark shadow appeared in front of him. Nan Quan's true face is like a ghost. Aren't you apprentices of the Demon Lord? Du Fu was shocked. No wonder this kid won't worship me as a teacher. It turned out to be so big. Luo Chioma said coldly, Du Fu, if you want to ascend, just let it go. I'm going to take this son with me. Suki asked him why he had come to him. Is that what the Demon Lord meant? One of the things that is not the Horn Man. But this game is guaranteed to give you a big chance. At the moment he frowned. I don't know what to choose. Senior, let's go. Thank you for taking care of you during this time. Su Chi looked at Du Fu and said seriously. He could see that Du Fu was very afraid of Luo Chioma. The attitude is not tough. So I don't want to embarrass Du Fu. Du Fu hésitated. Reluctant Suki. Suki thought for a moment. Said, if you really want to know your heart for the Jade Demon Sect, then you will go to Dian. Work for the Yuqing Sect for a while. I'm from the Yuqing Sect. Later he joined the Jade Demon Sect. Yuqingzong is equivalent to my hometown. Saying that, he handed over the Yuqingzong token to Du Fu. Du Sai Bizoli. It's hard to soar. Naturally, he can't do it for a little Becky. Give up the good future. Yuqing Zongabal Demon almost thought of it. The one who killed his master's bewitching pet. Isn't it from the Yuqing Sect? It's a coincidence, or has its own heavenly art in the dark. Suki looked at Luo prisoner and said, "Take me away." I don't know why. Luo Chiumal met Su Chi's eyes. Inexplicably restless. How I feel like I'm going to be unlucky. No, revenge. The ancient realm is entangled by unknown forces. Life and death are uncertain. Zhou Fan avenged his brother. The three strong enemies of the Great War fell in the flesh. Don't take away your top gas. Shipped again. Best wishes to all the viewers who have swiped the video. Luck continues. Good luck. The book is picked up again. Fight a door peacefully when cultivating into an immortal mountain. Others who are keen to break through are still out. Look for chance. At this time, I was somewhere overseas called the Cape of Hope. Zhou Fan. The trio of Nua's revenge and Xian Shirshir stumbles by chance. In a cave by the sea. Found an ancient ruin. Zhou Fan heard. This is the ancestral land of the three major sects around. Solo probe down. I didn't see any chances. Only a dilapidated old ship ran aground in the hole. The ship is pitch black. It's like a hair in a dark cave. A dark pearl of ghostly light. Mo revenge since entering the cave. There was a sense of familiarity and fear. So I've been carefully searching. It's not as fanfare as Zhou Fan. The dilapidated bone legend in front of me is full of weirdness. Skull-like ashes littered the hull, glowing with a faint purple light. In the hole, the damp, rotting air made the three of them very uncomfortable. And those sea bones that can be seen everywhere. It also exudes evil spirits. Even the well-informed Xianxi sure couldn't help but be frightened. A sense of foreboding. Electricity kept running through his skin like static. He kept telling them to be careful. At this time, Zhou Fan found that the patterns on the ancient ship were very familiar. He remembered the pattern when Mo took revenge on the palace. The same is true. Mo Revenge immediately urged the exercises to compare. It was found that the two were surprisingly similar. There must be something to do with it. That's when it happened. The bone legend suddenly activated some kind of ancient mirror system. The pattern suddenly appeared as a spiritual sage. A spelled barrier rises into the sky. Master Xianxi suddenly felt bad. Tell the two of them to evacuate quickly. I don't know that the prohibition suddenly converges into a bundle to the tentacles. Instantly plunged into Mo's vengeful arm. The stinging Mo was shocked by revenge. He tried to get rid of it, but found that he was powerless to resist. The tentacles of the static aura transformation became more and more, constantly wielding Jia Xiangma for revenge. Zhou Fan wanted to come to the rescue, but it was constantly attacked by tentacles. And this tentacle seems to have a choice. Only attack Zhou Fan and Master Xian. Vengeance against Wood is like a group of snakes chasing their prey, crazy biting and burrowing into his body. At this time, Mu Vengeance's eyes were bloodshot. The aura that kept pouring and seemed to tear him apart. Xianxi is a handful of grabbing the two. Intend to get out of this weird place quickly. He mobilized the aura of his whole body. Flee as fast as you can towards the entrance of the cave. In the realm of the people who were forbidden by Xana. It must be far beyond the Xianxi master. Let him speed up as much as he wants. Those tentacles can catch up with the three of them. Kept stabbing into Mo's revenge body. The sharp pain in his body made Mo faint aggressively. Zhou wanted to help him in this matter, but he couldn't intervene. Xianxi could only flee with the two of them at full speed. There is no time to turn back to save Mo for revenge. Countless tentacles followed the three of them. Tremendous power. Kept tugging at Mo's vengeful body. Finally, Mo revenge clothes. Can't withstand this huge pull. It was torn apart, just as the three of them were about to flee to the entrance of the cave. The monsters dragged Mo back again. The entrance to the room collapsed. Only Xianxi and Zhou Fan escaped. And Mo Revenge was trapped in the hole, seeing a brother who has been with him for 100 years. And so he died. Zhou Fan's whole person is radical and crazy. Just a little bit. He saw that Mo was dragged back like this. But there is nothing I can do. The hole had collapsed. It's even harder to go back. Zhou Van Si shouted that he wanted to go back to save Mu for revenge. Was hugged by Master Xian. Because he senses a group of people is coming this way. Now the two of them should be worried about their own safety. Zhou Fan also sensed a powerful aura. 3 well-fitting men rushed towards them. Not far in front of them at the moment. Several ancient ships are breaking the waves. Countless ugly-looking demons and monsters. Surrounded by ancient ships. On top of the sailboat at the front. A weirdo with an octopus head. He was shouting in a language that ordinary people couldn't understand. Commanding other ships and monsters to rush at the two of them. Zhou Fan asked Master Xian if he could understand this passage. This may be an overseas Dutch. The one who took the lead. Maybe it's the legendary Octopus Jones. That's when it happened. A shark freak with a lead waved his hand. Countless monsters swooped down on the two of them. The surging tide was filled with merging mirrors. Several avatar mirrors. More than 20 vowel mirrors. As well as countless fine single mirror breaths. There is simply no strong person in it. Master Xianshi rushed towards the strange tide with his sword. He was going to deal with the first 3 strongest himself. Let Zhou Fan pull the rest as much as possible. The watchman wanders among the monsters. Suddenly, a monstrous blood mist was set off, staining the sea red. Even against several masters. He didn't show any fear. On the other side, Zhou Fan was also like chopping melons and vegetables. Kill low-level monsters. The monsters that kill with 1 punch and 1 bite are flying bloody. But the tigers can't stand the wolves. Gradually, he began to fall into disadvantage. However, the two sides do not understand the language. There was no communication in this battle. It's just you, and I'm dead. Just when he was gradually surrounded by many monster masters. When he was sleepy, Zhou Fan activated his hegemonic body. A terrifying crow emanated from around him. The godlike change. Let the monsters who can walk also start to be afraid. In an instant, a powerful aura exploded. The heavy demon has not seen Zhou Fan's appearance clearly in his eyes. Was cut off by his trick soul breaking demon fist. The fight was in ashes. It's too late for the heavy demon to want to evacuate. Zhou Fan smashed it with a punch. The attacking monster then used his special move. Shadow Palm. A powerful psionic blast. Smash an enemy ship in an instant. The whole ship of demons and monsters was drowned. Huge shock. Shocked other enemy ships on the sea. Demons maybe, at the moment, still discussing how to escape. The next moment, Zhou Fan, who was killed and went crazy, was in a nest. Zhou Fan frantically held boats and killed boats after boats. The death of his good brother made him extremely angry. However, at this time a powerful coercion struck. Exactly. It is a slight pressure of the 5 god powerhouses. 5 gods hit one reason. You really think of me. At this moment, Zhou Fan roared madly. I saw the 5 gods shoot together. Each person threw out a true chi. Instantly tied up Zhou Fan's 4. A couple of avatar mirrors. Pulled a rope made of true chi together. The bundle gets tighter and tighter. I saw one of them turn hard. One of Zhou Fan's arms was torn off by the sound. That's it. A few strong men are like 5 horses splitting their corpses. Completely tore apart Zhou Fan's body alive. At the last moment, Zhou Fan was unwilling. The story that should have belonged to him is not over yet. Each has his own way. Each cultivates its own immortals. Hanju, on the other side, completely refined the 8th layer of the 6 realms of Reincarnation Palace. The 8th layer of the mind is extremely profound. There's a lot of controversy about yin and yang. Hanju has mastered the new supernatural powers. It is called the Gate of Reincarnation. Name implies, through this gate, one can step into the 6 realms of reincarnation. He can directly throw his soul into the 6 realms of reincarnation. You can also step into the underworld through the gate of reincarnation. The disciples were speechless. What is the difference between going to Hades and dying? Just study it in the disciples. How to go through the gate of reincarnation to die. Hanju received a system prompt. Your god pet, the Chaos Tengu, has been attacked by a demon cultivator. Your friend Mo Revenge strayed into the Forbidden Land, haunted by ominous forces. Your friend Zhofan was hunted down by 3 sects. Burning golden blood gives birth to evil hearts and the fall of the flesh. Your friend Xing Hongxian understands the Blessed Land controversy. Jupiter is long. Your enemies are spooked by your curse. Luck decays. Increased chance of encountering mind demons. Your friends are quick to spread bad luck. Coupled with your curse, Luo Ball Demon has reduced his lifespan by 1,000 years. The effect will last. Your apprentice grandson, Murong Qi, created his own supernatural powers. Luck soared. The immortal cultivation realm is still so exciting. It's no longer a one-size-fits-all beating. It's a little more of a new twist. What does it mean to be unclear? The protagonist like Zhou Fan actually died. The ancestor crossed me out of the red dust. The iron tree blooms and begins to see spring. Draw reincarnation and redraw. Transformation, rebirth, rebirth. Men with top charisma values also have troubles. It's not just women who want to be jealous of him. Even the flowers and plants are worried about his skin. Don't take away your top luck. Ladies and gentlemen, audience, can you send it to the next free little flower? The book is picked up again. The breeze of the great sage has blown into the territory of the great smoke. The sects were terrified. Before, Wu Xiangzong was already invincible in their eyes. I didn't expect another one to pop up with one hand. Defeat Wu Xiangzong's great demon. How can they not panic? Almost all the sects sent people to the Yuqing sect. Get in touch with Qingzi Li. They knew that they would not be able to fight against the great sage of Youth Mang. They all hoped to come over and get the protection of the Yuqing sect. Li Qingzi appeased the sect and calmed down. Someone has been sent to the States to find out the news. The demon monarch even sets off now. It will take several years to reach the great abyss. And the demon army must pass through the bosom friend state. The strength of the bosom friend dynasty is far better than that of the big smoke. It is estimated that the demon army will be held back for a while. Bosom friends and strong people in the physical realm are the most, as long as the Qing Mang great sage is not a tribulation into strength. I'm afraid I have to thank Kai for being there. Sect Master Gowinyan told this broom star to shut up quickly, because according to the secret report of the 9 Dragon sect, the great sage, cultivation is already the pinnacle of the 9th layer of merging. In the near future, you may be promoted at any time. Suddenly, the representatives of the sects fell into a desperate death. Speaking of the innate cave house, Hanju is still being forced by his wife. Husband, do you say that the relationship between master and apprentice is not love? Hanju was speechless. That has been chattering for a month. She can't be allowed to be so jealous anymore. I saw Hanju wave his hand and wait. Don't say we're alive. It is normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Look at the elders at the table, which is not a few truths. What's more, I, Hanju, are just you now. So you have to know the importance of yourself. Although I may have other reasons in the future. But if I decide who to marry first, I will be the main palace. I'll definitely pick you first. The Baron said this in a righteous manner. I don't know if I can fool the past. Xingkong Xian listened. Suddenly I was pleasantly surprised and changed my attitude. I have no objection to your 3 wives and 4 concubines. You'd better find a few more. In the future, you will be in retreat and practice. A few of us are good at playing mahjong. So, when are you going to bring the little sisters back? I can't wait to try the island. Many people in the country have cultivated. Hanju smiled. May Guts answered. Who knows if this woman is blowing him up? The conversation between Hanju and the two fat men who listened to Brother Chong were shocked. It's better to be an immortal cultivator. If this were to be put in an ordinary person's house, that's the Shura field. Then Xing Hongxian began to be dishonest. Think what you think. It's not good to cultivate. Is this also a type of practice? Come on, this time you'll have to put in a bit. The two fat men didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. Hanju's voice came from holding the cave mansion. Jedi discovery. This sound of blood fat, sword chi broke through the wall. Frightened the two outside the cave. Brother Chong, the little cub master, you dare to listen to it. After a month of cultivation, Xing Hongshuan's whole face is radiant. Rejuvenate and rejuvenate. It's like 100 years younger. He packed up and prepared to leave. Shiro Huan left first. Hanju's face was like crying, but he didn't make a sound. This reckless great sage is menacing. I have to break through to the 8th layer of the Merge Sutra as soon as possible. But first I have to make up for what I lost. Since then, Hanju has been in retreat in cultivation. 3 years have passed. Hanju was awakened by a voice. A girl's voice is calling out to her master. There is no woman in the cave except himself. Hanju came to the pool with his sword. I found that the sound came from the heaven and earth grass. See Hanju. Heaven and earth grass excitedly called out to the master. Hefang demon turned out to be a spirit. I dare to pretend to be a woman and charm me. Hanju's sword pointed at the heaven and earth grass. I was so scared that the grass cried out. Heaven and earth grass said aggrievedly that memory is recovering. Memories of countless previous reincarnations. Slowly I remembered. A piece of grass has countless reincarnations. This silkwood is not disguised by the gods. Heaven and earth grass said that he used to have a master. The host sat next to him for a long, long time. Only then did Hanju understand. It is the immortal energy of the immortals who meditate and cultivate. Let the grass go back. The Baron used the sacred stone to feel the breath of heaven and earth. It's not strong. He can still easily step to death with one kick. Heaven and earth grass say in countless reincarnations. He was eaten by yokai. He was burned to death. Drowned. But they were all resurrected, and the fire could not be exhausted. The spring breeze blows and grows. The system prompted it before. This heaven and earth grass has lived for at least tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years, old weed souls. Who would believe it? Heaven and earth grass immediately became nervous again. There's a folk saying, creatures who live for 100,000 years will have a great calamity. 100,000 years of life and death. Could it be that the grass of heaven and earth will not be able to be transformed? Heaven and earth grass then asked Hanju, now you are my second master. Will you leave me alone? Life and death are coming. I'm afraid I'll hurt my master. Han Yufidol Piyatu. No. From now on, I will take you with me wherever I go. In this life, I Hanju will protect you. Heaven and earth grass said charmingly, the master is really good. He looked at Hanju even more differently. At the same time, Hanju also received a system prompt. Heaven and earth grass has a good impression of you. The current opinion rating is 5 stars. It is favored by a grass. It feels weird. A day in the world. Cultivating the immortal world for 10 years. This week, there was a typhoon in the world. And the immortal cultivation world has a rhyme. Don't take away your top luck. A week is too long. If you can't wait, you can take a look at the common area. The book is picked up again. Hanju was quite emotional when he saw the frame of the circle of friends. Zhou Fan and Mu Revenge have never stopped. I don't know if I can turn evil into good luck this time. Xing Hongxian, worthy of being vaccinated with my top luck. Take a stroll around the caves. Perception can be increased. See the peerless Taoist and the Luo Ball demon. He cursed him to succeed. Hanju happily wanted to clap his hands and wait. Is it a coincidence that Suki spread bad luck to Luo Chioma? Could it be that these two collided? Hanju fell into deep thought. Hanju suddenly had a bold idea. Is it possible that the curse of doom transported? Luo Chio demon just met Su Qi. The power of cause and effect. It is the most bizarre and mysterious rule between heaven and earth. Hanju couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think much about it. It's better that Luo Ball demon is not dead. In this way, the possibility of seeking revenge on him was completely cut off. Hanju closed the system interface. It was found that the apprentices were still at the gate of his reincarnation. Have a discussion. Yang Tiandong patted the murderous servant and said, "In the past, Yang Tiandong didn't believe that there was a netherworld. But the master actually comprehended the divine cylinder that shuttled through the underworld. Master, you're so cool. The disciples must be the first to go in." Murong Chi secretly said to Sun Chang'an, "Does he really want to die like that?" Han Yumeri. Yang Tiandong hurriedly put away the gate of reincarnation. Kuan asked Hanju suspiciously, "Master, you called us over. It's not to come and see you perform a robot cat. Dig through any door." Hanju nodded. "Let them find their own place to sit down. I'm going to preach to you today. If you have any doubts about your practice, you can ask questions." When the preacher heard the word sermon, they were all stunned. In their impression, Hanju had never preached. Could it be that the master took the wrong medicine? Murphy Smoky Sun came out of the west. Wrong. It must have been the master's brain that was broken. Hanju saw everyone's puzzled expressions. Explain that after reaching the tribulation realm, the growth rate of cultivation is slow. You can spare a little time to teach your disciples the Chinese language. Everyone was pleasantly surprised and thanked Hanju. Classes should look like classes. Hanju pointed with a sword. A futon was put on everyone. That fat Kuan. You open your eyes. Listen carefully to what I'm going to say next. You can use it when you step on the sewing machine in the future. Talking about the beginning, Hanju told his disciples about his sword path. Although there are very few pure sword cultivations, but the vast majority of grooming will practice swords. The sword is the king of 100 soldiers. It is very in line with the temperament of an immortal cultivator. What is a sword and what is a sword? Those who go down are called instruments. Those who walk up are called the way. If there is a line, it is a sword. If there is no line, it is the way. The Dao domain of the cold lecture permeated the entire Yuqing holy sect. All of Xuanzong's swords resonated with it. Jiodingzhiren also found that the phenomenon is extraordinary. Immediately reacted to the roommate's ability to preach. Don't miss the opportunity. Swift order. Let the disciples of the whole sect start cultivating on the spot. Moment. The whole sect immediately put down what was at hand. Go up to the head elder. Down to snakes, insects, rats, and ants. It doesn't matter if it's on the toilet. I'm still halfway through my double cultivation. All of them have entered the state of cultivation. And so it went for 7 days. Countless rays of light rose into the sky. More than half of the modifications of the Yuqing holy sect have broken through. At this time, the penance became in the immortal mountain. Hanju is about to see a stunt. Teach it to his disciples. The second sword disaster is like a shot of 9 sunsets. Pay attention to a quick point to kill the collapse and pick the corners, such as the group of emperors and dragons. Pay attention to the unpredictable changes in grappling and rob the sword. Come like thunder to reel in wrath. Pay attention to the right time to kill with 1 hit. End the battle quickly. Finally, the sword is collected. As big as the river and the sea, condense the clear light. Be unstoppable when you make a move. I can't afford to make waves. That's the end of the story. Hanju reigned in his luck. All the disciples have come to their senses. Yang Tiandong clenched his fists. Make up your mind. In the future, I will never be able to give birth to distracting thoughts that want to go out. He wants to follow Hanju to cultivate well. Listen to Hanju's sermon. It is better than wandering outside, by Zai Hanju instructed a few words. Let the disciples practice separately. The years are quiet, thanks to the aura of the penance to become an immortal mountain. Everyone can cultivate and upgrade with peace of mind. There is no fighting, killing, and cheating. This is the life of cultivating immortals that Hanju yearns for. Suddenly, Hanju received a system prompt. The content of the prompt made Hanju's whole person feel bad. A terrifying microcharge burst out of him, quickly swept across the entire bruise. The holy sect's sense of oppression made it impossible for everyone to breathe. Even joting real people were shocked. However, after a breath, the terrifying micro-girl disappeared in an instant. Everyone was puzzled. Always kind. The god of war elder who has no quarrel with the world. How could such a terrifying microcharge be released? Jyoting Junrin wiped a cold sweat. Thankfully, the microbet ended quickly. The microcharge just now contains destructive fluctuations. Ordinary things would never have touched the god slayer elder. Something must have happened to the person he cared about. At this time, somewhere in the mountains, on a huge altar, the chaos tengu is covered in spiked vines. The bundles of silver-white hair were dyed red. Blockbuster. The altar was surrounded by demon cultivators in a circle and in a circle. A priest-like demon cultivator wields a magic weapon. Mouthful, that is, make it coming, with the blood of God, summoning the heart and waiting. Are you ready for the demon emperor? Waiting for the demon emperor to come. All the demon cultivators shouted in unison. Everyone's face was full of fanaticism. What a do to die here. The chaos tengu is weak. The dog began to tremble. Pray that someone will come and save him. Endless remorse welled up in his heart. If only heaven had given him a chance to do it all over again. He will definitely not leave the penance to become an immortal mountain. He will definitely listen to Daddy Chicken. It's a pity that there is no chance of a restart. It all happened until Mo's Yuz landed on him. He finally understood. The system pops up again. Your god pet Chaos Tengu has been trapped. A generation of demon emperors has returned. The Chaos Tengu was resurrected and reduced to a mount. Hanju avenged his dog to no avail, only to learn that the demon emperor gentleman should not row away. Your top luck is here again. Thank you fans for your patience. I'm anxious to see the follow-up bigwigs. Please have one. There are unexpected surprises in the comment section. At the same time, I also hope that my hometown Heilongjiang to be able to be like everyone else. The charm continues. Good luck. Get rid of the cleansing of floods and typhoons. Bring this rich and beautiful fertile land back to life. The book is picked up again. Our adorable dogs, slaughtered by a demon priest, sacrificed to the demon emperor as a sacrifice. As the ceremony progresses, the demon cultivators recited their dharma decisions together, looking forward to the resurrection of the demon emperor. Chaos for a short time. Tengu's corpse ignited with a strange green flame. A tall black figure slowly emerged. The demons burst into tears. It is he who he is who he is. Our hero, Little Neza. I saw that the demon emperor's body was gradually reshaped, gradually become humanoid. His gaze was grim, wearing a purple robe, with a tall hat on his head. It's like the black impermanence that comes out of the underworld. The demon emperor glanced at the chaos tengu. It turned out to be a rare divine beast, and the charm is extraordinary. So dead. It's a pity. The demon emperor spat out a cloud of demonic energy towards the chaos tengu. The teachers and students of the chaos tengu were instantly worse. Come back to life. It's still useful to keep you. On the other side, Hanju received a prompt again. Your god pet Chaos Tengu has been trapped, reduced to the mount of the demon emperor. Hanju was instantly furious. Good dolls. Dare to sacrifice my bucket. Dare to ride him under the crotch. What a thing this G is. Sir Han unleashed a terrifying microcharge. At this moment, it seems that he is the wear-resistant emperor, right? If you ascend to the upper realms, Maybe I can't find you, but I will never let you go for a day when you are on Earth. In the world, you break through the sky, which is a great realm. I don't believe you can withstand my curse." Saying that, Hanju returned to the cave mansion and took out the Book of Bad Luck. Directly in the book, I wrote down the sense end, the name of the old sconce. "Thank you for offending me. I'm just going to test my limits with you." So Hanju cursed him for 3 months in one go. However, because Jinai, he did not have a good impression of Hanju, or hatred. It's been 3 months, and Hanju hasn't seen any movement from him. So Hanju got up and found Li Qingzi. I wanted to find out the information of the Demon Emperor Jinai. Hanju's arrival surprised Li Qingzi. Elder Han has always been a person who has nothing to do but go to the Three Treasures Palace. Li Qingzi looked at Hanju's face. "Elder Han, you've been overdoing it lately." 3 months of continuous curse made Hanju's body unbearable. At this moment, he was like a crying draft. It was as if he had been fighting with Xing Hongxian for 3 months. "Li Changjiao, have you heard of Jinai?" Hearing this name, Li Changjiao felt very familiar. Suddenly, he remembered. But anyone who is a demon cultivator must know Jinai. Legend. He is the demon emperor who once unified the world of demon cultivation. Hanju wondered why it was a legend. Li Qingzi said that Jinai he had died a long time ago. It's just that his legend is still circulating among the demon cultivators. It is said that this man was once the most in history, emperor of a powerful dynasty. After this man ascended the throne, he worked hard, straight through people. The national strength is very strong. If only he had not gone down the wrong path. That dynasty may continue to this day. Legend has it that he worked forever for the country. Begin to seek the way to immortality. Later, he listened to the slanderous rumors of traitors and went astray into the devil's way. As a result, he accidentally went mad when he practiced demonic skills. In the end, he became a madman and disappeared. Eventually, his dynasty was destroyed by an enemy nation. But this person is in a state of madness. Lived for thousands of years by relying on the demon father. Until the day of the magic feat, he regained his senses. However, over the millennium, dynasties have changed. His dynasty no longer exists. In a fit of rage, he began to slaughter deer in the world, until he killed the palace. In front of the emperor of the inner dynasty, painted throughout the palace interior. No one in the entire dynasty can match it. No one even dared to mention his name. At that time, it was not for nothing that there were strong people who made great progress. But in order to avoid him, most of them chose to ascend. Those who dare to confront it. In the end, he was completely wiped out. Jinai, who is the only one in the world, still recruiting. Recruit demon cultivators everywhere to fight for him. Finally, establish a magic nest and rule the world. Then, most of the territory of the mortal world has been reduced to a paradise for demon cultivators. The world is 100 times more terrible than that hell. And what about later? Hanju continued to ask. Later he died. Die in the ascension tribulation. If only he hadn't died. This world may be all demonic cultivators. Hanju thought seriously. You can't go wrong with the prompts of the system. So it seems Jinai he really relies on the blood of a dog. Resurrected Li Qing and explained the ins and outs. Hanju got up and prepared to leave. Li Qingzi called out to him. Asked why Elder Han inquired about this person. Could it be that the demon cultivators are going to make a comeback again? Hanju didn't want to. Duoyin told him that he was just asking casually. Don't think about it. Looked at Hanju's appearance of wanting to speak and stopping. Li Qingzi knew that something was wrong. The peaceful days of the Yuqing sect are coming to an end again. He cursed for 3 months without any effect. Looks like I'm going to have to find a way to let Chenai and know about me. But I couldn't let him find me. Hanju thought as he walked towards the cave mansion. When passing by the Sichuan Fairy Cave Mansion, Hanju rarely saw the master. Fairy Szechuan is still so superb. It hasn't changed in hundreds of years. Hanju greeted him excitedly. Good morning, noon, and evening. Long time no see. How do you know that the Szechuan fairy snapped? Reached his forehead with his hand. After a breath, Fairy Szechuan sighed helplessly. Loss of blood and chi. Disorders in the meridians. Elder Han, you tell the truth. How many truths have you found in the past few years? The demon emperor was reborn. Learned of Hanju's existence. Angry and bitter to keep the covenant and become the holy sect of Yuqing. Elder Kaching, don't take away your top luck. First of all, I would like to apologize to all the officials. I've been going to Guangdong for half a month. I saw the sea before it was unpolluted, so the update was delayed. Again, I'm deeply sorry. If you can't wait, you can go to the common area to take a look. The book is picked up again. Fairy Szechuan found that Hanju's physical strength was seriously overdrawn. But with his character of not going out of the door, plus his current cultivation, the arm that can hurt him so hard must have 7 tricks. Hanju couldn't explain the side effects of Uncle Doom, but the master misunderstood that he had a lot of ways. It's really damaging to the image. I knew when I saw Fairy Szechuan snort coldly. As long as it is a man, there will be this day. I've said a long time ago that cultivation also has to be a combination of work and rest. It's a lot of energy in itself. If you talk about it for 7 days in a row, forget it. After the teaching, he continued to practice without resting. No matter how high your cultivation is, you can still boil it. Don't stop it. It turns out that this is what you said, Master. Fairy Szechuan said with a regretful face. I was still traveling in the days you mentioned. You talked about being a teacher for 7 days in a row, but I didn't hear it. It's a pity. As he spoke, Fairy Szechuan began to fumble in the storage bag. I grabbed it and found a pot of tea. This can of duck feces is fragrant. I found it in some ancient ruin. It can warm the yang and replenish the qi. Straighten the foundation. Just right for you. Take it home and drink it. Hanju opened the jar. It was discovered that this tea actually gave birth to spiritual creatures. It must not be ordinary. It seems that the master has gained a lot from his recent travels. Fairy Szechuan smiled slightly. Thanks to you being in charge of the Holy Father. Only then can I and other elders not only improve their luck. You can also go out and practice with peace of mind. Before you come to Yukingzong, it was common for elders to return empty-handed. Was so praised by the master. Hanju was really a little embarrassed. Yet he squinted. A bunch of damned disciples. Has already eaten his melons. Hurry back to practicing your sword. Put the tea leaves in the cave and offer them. It's been hundreds of years. You rebels dare to eat Lao Tzu's melon. At this time, Fairy Szechuan said lightly, I really envy your disciples. Having you is a great opportunity. I have never heard a powerful sermon in my life. It's rare to go out but miss it. Is this my life? Of course not. Master, you haven't missed it. When the apprentice talks about it, he doesn't have to recruit the world. If the master doesn't mind, we can also preach one-on-one. You can come to my cave, or I can go to the master's cave. The chicken fairy is slightly sick. If it doesn't affect Han Daoyu, it's not impossible. Just when the atmosphere was just a little delicate, a big face appeared in front of the two of them out of place. Former Elder Han. It's a big deal. Actually, I noticed something was wrong a long time ago. I didn't expect you, Elder Han, to be. Always pay attention to the trend of demon cultivation. Rest assured, you're not fighting alone. Whether it's against the demon cultivator or the demon emperor, it is incumbent upon us to be righteous. Hanju said that I was just asking casually. How do you know that Li Qingzi said? We're secretly carrying out Operation Liama. Unexpectedly, Elder Han didn't leave the house, but he already knew. Ming Lao is really unfathomable. Li Qingzi explained that. Actually, in the early years, we have already found signs of regression in the demon cult. But the process of investigating the demon cultivator was difficult. It is unclear what the intentions of the demon cult are to restore. But Han Chang'ing, you ask about Jinai's past. Let's discover the true intentions of the demon cult. It's not just about unifying the religious beliefs of demonic cultivators. The real intention is probably to resurrect the demon emperor. Now it's too late. They must be nipped in the bud. Otherwise, the demon emperor will be resurrected, and the dark history will surely reappear. After all, there are not many strong people in ancient and modern times. There are even fewer that can compete with it. After Li Qingzi's explanation, Han Ju had already guessed. The reason why the demon sects sacrifice dogs to the sky. It's mostly related to the resurrection of the demon emperor. That's when it happened. Han Ju also received a system prompt. Jinai Desheng, Jin, third mortal demon emperor. Ride a motorcycle and sacrifice your god pet, the Chaos Tengu. Summoning Jinai back from the demon abyss. Hatred towards you. The current aggro is 3 stars. At this time, Li Qingzi was still touting Han Ju's clever calculations. But Ju asked him to quickly recall all the county people who were outside. An extra day outside is one more danger. Said, Han Ju didn't look back to his own motivation. Now there's hatred. It's all about cursing him as soon as possible. Although Ji Naiha's cultivation was damaged because of the resurrection. But it's not something that can be done with today's righteous path modifications. Only Xian, Qin Jun's wife, can completely crush Ji Naiha. However, he is also a demon. Now the Tao is joined forces with them. In that case, the world will be in chaos again. Li Qingzi watched Han Juexin and said that even if the sky fell, there is also Elder Han on top. Don't worry about it yourself. Li Qingzi looked back at the cave mansion of the Xishuan fairy. Senior sister, can I come in and catch up with you? Fairy Xishuan said coldly that he couldn't. Li Qingzi left in despair. Returned to Dongfu. Han Ju immediately turned on the system. I want to see Ji Naiha. Why do you suddenly develop hatred for yourself? Could it be that after the dog became a mount? Betrayed him. I saw a pop-up prompt from the system. Ji Naiha extracts the soul of the Chaos Tengu. Aware of your existence. I am jealous of you. If there is a chance, I will kill you. The current aggro level is 3 stars. Han Ju immediately opened the dog's avatar again. It was found that the dog's avatar was not grayed out. It means that the dog is still alive. I'm afraid I won't be able to find the dog when I go out to look for it now. Even if you find it, you may not be able to get out of it. It is imperative that we continue to improve our cultivation. It is necessary to reach the Desheng realm as soon as possible. As he spoke, Han Ju took out the Book of Doom again. This time, Han Ju actually followed the power of the curse. I felt the presence of Ji Naiha. In Ji Nai, he also had an ominous premonition. Since it could be effective immediately. Ji Naiha, you just wait for death. A year later, it's time for the Yuqing Holy Sect to select elders again. Xiao Yao as an assessment elder. The selection of the candidates will be conducted. May I ask if Your Excellency is a member of the Yuqing sect? An old voice sounded behind Xiao Yao. I'm sorry to bother you. My little friend told me. In the situation, Qingzong had to say hello first. Xiao Yao was surprised that this person's cultivation must have been successful. Can be so deep quietly. It's a good time at the moment. I also sense the aura of demonic cultivation on the person who came. Demon Xiao, are you from the net? The old man immediately waved his hand. Said that the old man had already abandoned the case and surrendered. His own sect was destroyed. Therefore, entrusted by Xiao Yu, he decided to defect to Yuqing sect. Do your best. But the last not in my heart. There is no such thing as any wrongdoing. I heard that the demon cultivator came to serve. The candidates immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. Why? Demon cultivators can also come and exterminate with them. However, Xiao Yao expressed his desire to clear the holy sect and have the world in mind. If the devil changes the evil and returns to the right, we also welcome it. The strength is not bad. It can also be worshipped as a kaching. However, the cultivation to be selected is to be transformed into a nerve, starting from 3 floors. I don't know if the seniors can show their hands and take a look, the old man said in a dry voice. Elder kaching is also good. Over-the-top moves may not be very friendly. The old man will show a hand. Offended, the old man instantly released a microcharge. All the candidates were instantly shocked and lost their minds. Even the demon beasts used for the assessment died in an instant. Please take back the micro deposit from the old man during recess. It's as if nothing had happened. The old man trembled. Wei Wei said that I was okay this time. If there is no opinion, please inform you to go to prison easily. The old man wants to go through the entry procedures today. That's it. The blind man also opened his eyes in shock. Fairy and Rob Forbidden. Hanju's 500th birthday touched the edge of the fairy world. What is the relationship between the demon sect Martial Venerable and the demon emperor? Don't take away your top-notch charm again. Can't wait for Friends of the Comics. You can go to the comment area to see the follow-up plot. I see less in one breath. The book was picked up in a blink of an eye, and years had passed. Hanju once again ushered in his 100th birthday. Every time he has a big birthday, the system will definitely give him a big gift. It has been detected that you are over 500 years old. Another step forward in life. You have the following options to exit immediately. The name of the demon Dao shook the world. You can get a Sword Tai Spirit Treasure too to continue your cultivation. Stay away from the world and don't take the initiative to cause trouble. You can get a Sword Tai Spirit Treasure. Since the rewards are the same, then follow your heart. Hanju silently chose the second option. You choose to continue cultivating. Stay away from the world. Obtain a Sword Tai Spirit Treasure. Congratulations on earning the 9-fold boots. 9-fold boots. Tai grade 6 grade Spirit Treasure. Contains the controversy of the wind. You can climb to the sky in 1 step to the 9th heaven. Not bad. It turned out to be a spiritual treasure that could increase the ability to run. The system really knows my heart. He decided to put the 9-star forest boots he was wearing. Give it to Xing Hongxian. The 9-star forest boots are 5-grade spiritual treasures. The size can vary with the foot. Anyway, Xing Hongxian is often outside. A pair of Lingbao boots are also required. Hanju couldn't wait to try the effect. He jumped out of the innate cave mansion directly. Began to ascend to the sky with the power of a 9-fold ascending boots. I saw him step on his left foot and his right foot. Just a moment the earth becomes small. He pedaled a few times, spiral straight up to the sky. He looked down. The mortal world of this world. It is not as round as the earth. It's a continent that's incomparably vast. There are countless stars all around. There was a faint glow. Hanju is taking a step to escape into the universe. Unexpectedly, he ran head-on into an invisible barrier. This hit him really hard. He looked up. There was only a void in front of him. Nothing can be seen. Hanju raised his hand and touched it. Break through the wall. Whether it's ascension or not. Could it be that there is the fairy world? Hanju used his power and smashed his fist. That's invisible. There was not the slightest reaction. Hanju took out the Hongming Judgment Sword again. I'm going to give it a try with a big move. Just then, a voice behind him stopped him. Don't bother with it. The fairy world is not outside this barrier. Even if Deshang enters and moves, he can't break through this barrier. But you can come here. At least it's also a combination of Tribulation Realm cultivation. Can't you get up close? The system prompts that the speaker's name is Du Fu Dujia. Nearly 3 floors of repair. He was once a disciple of the Jade Demon sect. At present, it is a wandering casual practice. Du Fu said Yuqing. The sect is located in this remote country. There is such a cleansing and great decoration of yours. The old man really didn't expect it. Hanju sneered, and the Earth Demon sect still had remnants. I really didn't expect it. The voice did not fall. Hanju directly used the 3 clear things. As the system prompt sounds, the battle ends in 1 second. Han Ju could easily wipe out Du Fu. After arriving at the degrees shortcut, Han Ju can directly conduct a simulated battle in his brain. In order to prevent distraction moments from being attacked by enemies, Han Ju adjusted the trial time to 1 second. If you can't beat him in a second, you can run away. Since it can be fought, Han Ju planned to talk to Du Fu again, since the fairy realm is not behind this barrier. Where is that? Can you talk about it in detail? Du Fu said that the fairy world has to start with this barrier and the stars. The stars outside the sky. It's just a picture scroll conjured up by the magic weapon of the gods. The mortal world here, since its birth, it has been trapped by the turtle. All the people under the turtle are prisoners in bondage. However, with the permission of the turtle, it can ascend. The minimum requirements for ascension of the turtles. It is a shortcut to meet the ascension. After the thunderstorm, you can jump out of this world. Han Ju asked again, fellow Taoist, why didn't you ascend? Du Fu said, he had an agreement with a small friend of Yuqing's sect. It needs to be guarded here for 100 years. The little finch will only fly up after cause and effect. As soon as Han Ju was revealed, your little friend was a disciple of my sect. The little friend who had an appointment with the old man was named Su Chi. I don't know if he has any more family. Speaking of family, Han Ju's eyes are easy to cold. What are you looking for his family? How do you know that Du bent down in grief? It's the old man who is incompetent. That little friend was captured by Luo prisoner. Now I'm afraid it's more than lucky. The old man wondered if he had a family alive. I obeyed 1 or 2. It's also worthy of a little friend. After hearing these words, Han Ju didn't hide it. Tell the truth. Su Chi is a disciple of someone in my Han. I was taken aback. Could it be that you are the god of War Elder in Xiaoyou's mouth? No wonder your cultivation is so high. Since it's your own person, the Yuqing holy sect will not slack off. Daoyu is a shortcut. Coming to me is fate. As he spoke, Han Ju touched his hand into his arms, took out a god-slaying token, and the seniors came from afar. How about the elders in the living room of my apostolic see?